Sunbet Poker Tour continues at Times Square Casino in Pretoria. This Sunday saw the start of two of our most exciting events. Event number one being the South African Club Championships. And the second big event for the day was the Businessman's Invitational Super High Roller Tournament. That 125,000 Rand buy-in tournament continues today here at Times Square. Back to the club champs here. We had so much fun yesterday. We had teams from around South Africa joining us to take on the tables as a team of 10. They fought it out for the best dressed prize, which was won by Rudolf Fourie and his circus leader. And then, of course, they were fighting it out for that number one spot as well as the team award. The final table of the club champs saw Jaden Cohen walking away as the winner and officially crowning PokerBet as the team winner of this fantastic event. We look forward to having it again soon. The Sunbet Poker Tour continues at Times Square Casino in Pretoria. This Sunday saw the start of two of our most exciting events. Event number one being the South African Club Championships. And the second big event for the day was the Businessman's Invitational Super High Roller Tournament. That 125,000 Rand buy-in tournament continues today here at Times Square. Back to the club champs here. We had so much fun yesterday. We had teams from around South Africa joining us to take on the tables as a team of 10. They fought it out for the best dressed prize, which was won by Rudolf Fourie and his circus leader. And then, of course, they were fighting it out for that number one spot as well as the team award. The final table of the club champs saw Jaden Cohen walking away as the winner and officially crowning PokerBet as the team winner of this fantastic event. We look forward to having it again soon. The Sunbet Poker Tour.
Welcome to the Sunbet Poker Tour, coming to you from the beautiful Menlyn Casino and Resort in Maslow Hotel. This is your second season of the Sunbet Poker Tour, our first stop on the nationwide tour. And this is the Super High Roller Business Persons Invitational. So the business persons have started yesterday, as did the professionals, on separate tables. This is the business persons table. And then at the end of late registration later this afternoon, they will amalgamate and have seat redraw, and will mix it up, the business persons and the professionals. So in seat one, Johnny has just taken his seat now. He's got a starting stack of 500,000. JP Oaks, seat two, 334,500. Seat three from France, Mercier Remy, 717,000. Seat four is vacant. Seat five is Mark Liffman, 1,113,500. Seat six, Rudolf Fourie, 755,000. Seat seven, Nick Anoy, 457,000. Seat eight, Kanesh Patha, 572,000. And in seat nine, Nicholas Zackham, 604,000. So this is a very interesting looking table. A lot of these business persons could be playing on the professionals table. They have a number of titles amongst them and have played on the professional circuit, but their main claim to fame is, of course, business. So that's why they've slotted in on the business person side. So we're just waiting for Mark Joseph to give the announcements in the background. And later on this afternoon will be the start of the ever popular Little Slam. 300k starting stack, 1 hour blind level, so very similar to the high roller, but at a 5k buy-in.
JP was good.
And Christopher Dean will be joining me shortly. We'll be having 1 hour stints in and out this morning.
Yeah, welcome.
So we're about to get ready for the first hand of the day. Blinds are 2,000, 4,000 with a big blind ante of 4,000. So 10K in the middle pre-flop, but these guys are so deep still. I mean, Johnny's only jumped in this morning with that starting stack of 500,000. And he's so deep still. We're just waiting for Mark Liffman, hasn't taken up his seat yet. We had the conclusion to the club championship yesterday, and Jaden Cohen ended up winning that after an ICM deal was made between himself, Manesh Kashev and Marco Nokia. And PokerBet ended winning the team prize of 150,000 Rand. And the best dressed team went to Rudolph Faris, Circus Dira, came out dressed as clowns. Rudolph as the ringmaster had outfits tailor-made, which was unbelievable. There's the professionals table in the background. You can see Muaz Ghani, Renet Shamani, Ahmed Karam, Greg Ronaldson, to name just a few. Mr. Hawaii's son, he's Nicholas Zackham's partner.
Nick just started the clock.
Nice to see Greg Ronaldson around the tables again.
Guys, we can't take too
Consummate
many
professional.
minutes.
And it looks like we've got a satellite out ongoing in the background there.
Nothing changed from yesterday.
Yes.
So Mercia Remy under the gun +1 is going to open with the ace-5 offsuit.
Yeah. What has changed? Call.
So Nick is called with the jack-9 off from the cutoff. Doc Pather from the button makes the call with the 8-7 off. Nick Zackham, ace-10 in the small blind, deciding whether to 3-bet here now after all the callers. And he does so. And he bumps it up quite high, 62. Johnny gets out the way. Just quickly folded round. Just the dock left.
We had some aggression tablets this morning.
Nice banter between them.
Respect. Shares respect. You gotta show both for respect. One card, we all got aces. So we can. Well, I'm here. What do you want me to do? Fold.
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 Keep going.
There's a look at the outs table. Muaz Ghani there, Darren Kramer
Yeah, you must do
on the
that.
professionals table.
I was ahead of everyone. Otherwise, if somebody ace-jack and queen would have called. Please.
Nick replying to the banter, saying if anybody was ahead of me, you would have called. So obviously I'm ahead of everybody when I 3-bet hard there. Greg Ronaldson there,
Come out of position. No.
the other half of the French contingent. So Mark Liffman taking up his seat in the center there. Over 1 million chips, 1,113,500. So nicely stacked. He's at a double up.
This fell out of wherever it was. Out of wherever it was. Where was it?
Good squeeze play.
Is it in my pocket? No, it's clips on. Clip it on.
That was good shit. You had a good hand.
So Mercia Remy under the gun, queen 4 off. He has folded. We're waiting for Mark Liffman now.
What's our look on? Yeah.
No wheels. No wheels.
It's cold in here today. Must I sign this?
Hey, look, if you don't sign it, you are not allowed to play.
Raise. Oh, that is the miss. No, it's a miss.
Mark Liffman folds round to Rudolph Faris, ace-10 of hearts.
Misclick. See, I have to say that because you said
So Rudolph is raised to 10,000. Nick Anoy is called. Ganesh Pather is called.
Misplek was good for us.
He's also engineer and a contractor.
Good misplek.
No. He has his own company, I have my own company.
Time on Nick. Time on Nick.
No, I didn't.
I know.
So Nick has folded.
No, I was golden, but he was...
So we're going multi-way to the flop here. We go to the flop box. King 7, 9. So Rudolph Faria's flopped the nut flush draw. Nick Anoy has flopped top pair. Nothing for the pocket threes. And Johnny also called out of the big blind. Rudy checks his nut flush. Nick now bets his king. Doc gets out of the way with the threes. Johnny with the ace-6, nothing for him. Rudolph folds his nut flush, eh? Wow. He folds that nut flush draw.
But I didn't want to... Captain! Oh man, it was a rainbow board.
Two hearts on the board.
And Rudy misread the board.
Run before brothers, all right. Part of his game plan.
What are we game plan?
He'll be crossing over for an interview shortly.
He came in his rolls and he's going to leave in the rolls.
And Rudy misread the hand there. They're getting a bit of stick from the guys. There were two hearts on the flop and he had the nut flush draw. And welcome to Christopher joining me here this morning.
Good morning. How are you?
All right, thanks, you, Chris. Running around, are you?
Yeah, getting some admin out the way and, Monday.
Yeah, absolutely.
Story of my life.
So Queen Jack of Spades for Mark Liffman here under the gun. And he's got over 1 million chips. So he's more than double the starting stack. And he raises. I think you caught the end of that when Rudy misread his hand.
Yeah, by the looks of things.
And he actually had, and the guys were giving him some flack.
So Ganesh is wearing that poker code hat there.
Yeah, he's done their course. He's worn that many times in the past, and we've just had discussions about it.
Good stuff. Good old photo. He put something amazing together there. Right, over to Nick Zackham on the cutoff. Ace Jack O. 30,000 call.
And Nick has been aggressive this morning when it's been raised. He's re-raised. Kinesh Pater said to him, "Did you have aggression tablets this morning?"
He's just, he's coming off a great result. He's feeling good.
Yeah.
Just mixing things up a bit. JP opens that market with 7-8. Jack 10 here in the
So
big.
yeah, he's a French business person. Monsieur Remy folds the Jack 10 because of the 3-bet. Now Mark Liff is not someone that folds once he's put chips in the middle.
Fair enough. Looks like he's just called.
Yeah, he has called. He opened. He was 3-bet. He's flat called the re-raise. There is the ace for Nick. And no spades for Mark. No draw for him.
See how he opts to play. He decides to check.
And Nick will lead his ace. That should pretty much end it.
That's what I'm saying.
You have two of them.
Who shows that?
Yeah, you can see it. All right, you're satisfied. You're satisfied.
So do you think we'll be getting a few more entries, should I say, into this Super High Roller?
Well, there is one team that entered this morning because Johnny joined us with a starting stack. So the interview is about to commence.
Oh, hey, I guess you want to know what's happening today. Well, we've got the James Bond event happening today. Super High Roller time. 125,000 Rand. We're having businessmen paired up with professional players. I mean, this is such an exciting event. We got JP Oakes paired up with Imran. We got Rudolph paired up with Jared Solomon. We got Nick Zackham paired up with Mr. Sun. I mean, this is oil tycoons, architectural, construction, business owners paired up with professionals. This is an exciting event, and we're going to crown a champion soon for this trophy. What else do we have? We have the Little Slam. That's right, 5,000 Rand buy-in. This is your chance for players to feel like a professional. because we're going to have 1 hour levels playing at the feature table. This is your chance to feel like a professional, playing with professionals. We're going to have a lot of entries for this event, an extremely exciting event kicking off today. So get down here and get your buy-in. It's exciting, and we're going to cut to the action right now. Let's do it.
So we rejoin the action in a real family pot here. It was raised by Rudy and looks like he's been called by the entire table.
Yeah, no one's giving away this morning.
So on the 5-4-5 board, Rudy has decided to bet, to c-bet into multiple players.
Still don't know what Nick has here.
And Nick looks like he's coming along.
He's opted to raise. Let's see what he goes for.
And he has been aggressive this morning. 125. Now Johnny with a Jack 10, he can't really continue.
Still like to go with JP.
JP Oaks has got 2 pair, but his kicker's not great, and with the action he'll get rid of that. Mark Liffman is folded. So background to Rudy, 75k to call, and it's Nick sitting there with the ace-5.
Yeah, looks
So they
like
flop trip 5s, and Rudy gets rid of it.
not doing anything too crazy.
So Nick plus 104, so Nick has started the day on 604, and he's already chipped up well over 100,000 chips onto that.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's not messing around this morning. Just having a look at that second table for Spyro. There's some intense players on that one.
Absolutely, there's Imran Bayani, there's
Greg
Darren
Ronaldson.
Kramer, Greg Ronaldson, Moaz Ghani,
Ahmed.
Renette Shamani.
Ahmed Khan.
Oh,
Looking forward to that one.
absolutely, we'll get to see them later. And as I was saying to the viewers before you joined us, a lot of the players on this table, although they are business persons, could qualify for the pros table as well. They have many trophies between them and have been around on the circuit for a very long time.
100%. Ganesh Panther opens up with King Jack suited from Underling up +1.
I mean, Mercia Remy in seat 3 is not known to us. He's come in as a business person, but as far as we know, he's a professional poker player.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how he plays. I'm looking forward to getting to know his style because it's not someone that we know.
Yeah, no, that's true. And I suppose I could just pop his name into Shark so quickly and see what comes up there.
Yeah, we could do that. You've got the facilities there. You've got the laptop ready by you.
Yeah, that's about curiosity. Yeah, let's go. Let's do that. Get some more info.
Mercia, M-U-R-C-I-A.
Give me 1 second.
Thank you.
Oh, bring some glass water of ice. It's hot.
So there on this board, Ganesh Paitha with the King Jack suited. Nothing for him. Rudolph has the ace and has a spade in his hand, but a low spade. Gone check, check. Rudy now makes 2 pair.
30. Well. No. Stop.
There he is.
Let's have a look at his list of accomplishments here. Alright, so he's got about 93,000 US dollars in total live earnings thus far.
So I wouldn't really consider that being a professional player then.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look here. He's 1,147 from the French all-time money list.
Going 4-5.
Let's see what else he's done here.
I didn't have that.
So then he definitely qualifies on the business persons.
Yeah. I'm curious to see some of his results though.
Thanks, Mark, for coming off up against these.
He's played quite a bit of late, hey?
He doesn't ever speak sense.
Just look
But
at
it's not
He doesn't ever speak sense.
And we have a look across at that table. Darren Kramer holding court to the top between Imran and Muaz. That'll be a chatty corner.
Alright, so the African Series of Poker in Grand Bay finished third. That was a small €2,000 buy-in. And he scooped 1,146 euros. He finished 8th in the 550 euro event recently, the same series, the main event, and he scooped $3,243. And then he won the 3,000 euro no limit deep stack at that same series for 4,200 euros.
Okay, yeah, the 300 euro buy-in one. Okay.
I must say.
Yeah, I mean, he's played all over the world, looking at some WSOP events here. He played the one more for one drop event, the 1100 no limit hold event, deep runs,
And I must say,
and a lot of series out in France.
Meanwhile, it's been raised by Johnny with a queen 9. 3-bet by JP with a king queen. Nick and Noy with a 9-8 suited in the big blind. Those are cards he likes to see. Yeah, well, thanks for that, Chris. You've got to go a little look there on the laptop.
Yeah, it's always good to find out a little bit of
Absolutely, when we don't know players. But to be fair then, I don't think he does qualify as a professional, but he qualifies as extremely competent.
No, 100%.
So Johnny called the 3-bet by JP. There's nothing there for Johnny, so if JP continues this,
It's just to see Justin Bonomo reclaim that #1 spot on the all-time money list from Bryn Kenny. Only about 2.8 million, no? But it's still 2.8 million. Jason Kuhn climbing up nicely. He's moved up
look at Daniel.
from 8th.
Daniel Legrand is still in 3rd.
Yeah, David Peters is down 1 spot.
Jason Kuhn up there.
Yeah, no, Jason Kuhn recently.
Eric Seidel, I mean, he's been around forever.
Oh, crusher.
They even featured in rounders.
Yeah.
That famous hand between him and Johnny
Johnny
Chan.
Chan, yeah. Dan Smith, absolute fantastic player. David Peters, as I said, he's a crusher as well.
Phil Ivey.
Nikita Bazanowski, I can't pronounce the name.
Fedor Holtz.
Holtz is there. Kerry Katz, I mean, that's a businessman we need to get down here.
Yeah.
I wonder who Kerry would invite.
It's interesting that Phil Helmut's name's not even anywhere there, and he's the all-time bracelet winner, eh?
Yeah, no, for sure. But I mean, let's be fair. So when he won his bracelets, the money was a lot less than what it is now. I mean, you don't ever see him traveling out to the Triton events. I mean, to be fair, looking at Phil playing a Triton event, it could be really wicked for TV.
Could get feisty.
Yeah. He was in the news the other day about retracting a statement that he made about buying him with his own money, and because he lost
And there's
too much money.
Ronnie DeSantis and Eileen coming in.
Yeah, Vanna Smith there. So Nick under the gun here with Ace King off.
So those are all the people coming in for the Little Slam.
Yeah. So the queue's out the door.
Unbelievable, the Little Slam ever popular. So Nick Zackham raising with the Ace King. Let's see what the raise is. We're on hand number 7 already.
11,000.
So raise to 11k. JP Oaks. I mean, he'll like the 9-8 suited. He still has a number of players behind him. Let's see if he calls.
11,
He makes the call.
11,000.
Round 2 Mercia Remy with Ace Jack here.
In
If he
position on the hijack.
Yeah, if he decides to 3-bet Nick, yeah, he's going to find out very quickly that he's going to get 4-bet.
Looks like
He's picked up, yeah,
Raise
yeah.
with 1,000.
he's coming in for a 4-bet for sure.
Fold.
Oh, and Rudy snaps, eh? Ace Jack as well.
Raise. 120.
Oh, and insta 4-bet by
120.
Rudy. And now,
Nick's smiling from ear to ear. So now, interesting. How does he opt to play this?
yeah, it's an interesting dynamic for him. He's opened with Ace King off. It's been 3-bet and then 4-bet.
So does he 5-bet? If he 5-bets, does he 5-bet jam? I don't think so.
He's working it all out. Look, he's going, I went 11, then they went that, then he went that.
So Rudy's made it
Rudy's made a nice play here.
41. So he went like 2.5.
Nick Zackham gets rid of the Ace King there.
Wow, interesting.
You know, he's thinking, based on the action there, is my ace-king good? Am I up against a huge pair? And that's what Rudy's repping there.
Do you know, this is an interesting dynamic though, because the JP Oaks has to 5-bet jam there. It puts Rudolph in the blender completely. Because now, what all is JP 5-bet jamming? He can be jamming super wide, or
It can only be one of two hands. I'm not doing it to a queen or ace king. I'm not doing it to.
Hey, Rudy's selling the story that he's got aces or kings. He says, I'm not doing that with queens. I'm not doing that with ace-king. It can only be one of two hands. He's selling the story that he's got kings or aces.
I think that could have been the first 5-bet pot of the series.
Yeah, we've seen more, and apparently, I caught up with some of the players last night in the super high roller. Jared Solomon went out on early levels to Ahmed Karam. Ahmed Karam had aces, Jared had kings.
You know, he was
And that went to a
making
6-bet shove and call.
You know it, I know it.
On early levels, to get 500k in the middle, it had to go to a 6-bet shove.
Wow, that's insane.
All I'm
That is
saying,
pretty insane. Alright, if you could close that thing there and just have a look and see if the stream is up already. I don't know if it is yet. Just have a look how long we've been in. What is the time now?
Just gone half past. Just
Okay, so it should be there because the ads go in first.
yeah, I must play it like this.
You should be picking up that live stream now. And the viewers will be watching us at half an hour delayed.
Maybe you should.
Should be coming up
Nice pot, done it,
any second now. It should be going live.
I think it's brilliant play. Right. But he's making a play with 8-9. Just now he makes a straight again. Fuck.
So Mark Lifford is 3-bet here to ace queen while we were listening to the banter between Rudy and Nikanoi.
You're going to tell me after the break, well played.
I'm telling you now. Everybody woke up aggressive in the morning.
Yeah. The mood has changed totally. Last night, I followed every hand. I'm feeling every hand so far.
Your laptop, that's why.
So
Yeah.
Nick has folded to 3-bet.
Everybody at home is clapping their hands.
So it was opened by Johnny, 3-bet by Mark Liffman. Nick Zackham has folded.
That's what my point is.
Oh, he's folding now.
My brother, I have to give you respect.
Johnny gets out the way and Mark Liffman will take down that hand.
You are ahead. I had a good hand and you are ahead. You had a great hand.
Every hand. You have to do that every hand.
Ask him. No, ask him.
Here's that beautiful trophy for this super high roller winner. And only after the late registration, which is going to be at 6:45 this evening, will the business persons and the professionals amalgamate.
Re-rise, you think ice cream is good? You think ice cream is good? No.
Shot at the floating trophy again from last night's event.
No, listen.
Yeah, Team Poker Bet managed to scoop.
Yeah, they did with Jaden Cohen taking first place there. But the ICM deal had been made between Manesh Kashev and young Marco Nokia.
It's like, I love it. Like, Jaden goes, wins a little slam last year, December. Don't see him for 3 months. Just comes back to, reinstate his authority.
There we go. He's a good player, Jaden.
He says to me yesterday, I was like, I'll see you back on Friday. I'm playing home for a bit. Yeah, have fun, buddy. Enjoy your flight. We'll see you then.
He was not there.
So raised by JP with the ace jack. Mark Liffman likes those suited connectors. Let's see if he plays.
I will never lie. Oh, but you're going to fuck the finals about lying. Nice play.
Ups on the call.
Great play.
And, I mean, his hand was not ahead. You understand what I'm saying?
Round to Nikanoi. Queen 3 suited.
You've been waiting to play a hand, yeah?
Folds. Round to Manesh. Out the way.
Make a black call. I was going to push.
I can't even see a flop.
You made that black call, which you don't want to make.
Johnny comes along. He's a predominant cash
Yeah, but the
player.
action.
So you'll see like that 8-6 in the big blind. He's defending all day long.
The only play he
Right,
had
3 to the flop.
Yeah.
that's only play. You know, the
JP Oaks to speak first. Flops that gutty.
Everybody else with low cards, so if he continues here, because those are all in his range from where he raised.
Yeah, he does have a big range advantage, yeah.
And I see he's put a pawn as his
Card
card
protector.
protector. That's something new. I haven't seen JP with that before.
If you were after me,
He does opt to see it. Mark out the way. And Johnny out the way.
No, I'm saying
Well played, sir.
Not so much when you play more.
You played it wild, Paul.
Maybe that's just this little shout out to you sitting at the back end.
Yeah, JP and I are very good friends. We had the chat yesterday. He's the one that filled me in on some of the hands.
I'm saying it's a shipping hand, not a pulling.
Greg Ronaldson there.
Yeah, so this is
and Capital, they have sponsored a number of bubble prizes over the series last year. Yeah, they gave bubble people between 5,000 and 15,000 investment accounts to trade on their platform.
that's fantastic.
So yeah, they were one of the sponsors of the Sunbet Poker Tour last year.
This table's so soft though.
Oh yeah,
Soft as table
we
in the
could
room.
jump in there and just steamroll them, you know.
Proper.
I mean, just look at where they are on all-time money list in South Africa. You get a fright.
I know.
And you know, I mean, Jared's already off the table there. So wow,
It's unfortunate.
it is unfortunate.
cold. Not that fun.
And his business person did offer to re-enter him, and he declined.
They should be in on the team.
I think we might have an all-in on the outer table.
Yeah.
Oh, that'll be early to have an all-in, eh?
Yeah.
Good movement.
Imran's all in. He looks kind of short. Over to Ahmed. Wonder if we can zoom in on that flop though. Looks like 6, 7, 8, something on the lines of that.
Makes the call. There come the cards.
It's a king 9 versus aces. Ace king. The king 10 versus ace jack. Sweaty 9 on the turn. Ahmed has got a dodge and clean run outs.
And that is Imran busting.
GG's all around. Back to the main future table.
You know, just a cool another 125k for a rebar.
I mean, if you have the means to enjoy yourself, so be it, huh?
Absolutely. He had a big year last year, Imran.
Exactly. So why not just let your hair down a little?
Yeah, and he's coming off winning the main event at Monty down the road this past weekend.
Absolute heater.
And he won the Player of the Series. Picked up an extra 50k for Player of the Series.
And a jacket by the looks of it, huh?
Yeah, the Player of the Series got 50k, the Monty jacket, because he cashed in some of the earlier events, and then of course he won the main event. Gave him enough points to take Player of the Series.
Well done, sir. Surprised he's not wearing the jacket today. Over to Rudolph. Queens +1. Nick's folding the king 9. Kanesh Panther into the muck goes that 10-3. Nick Zackham, ace 7. We do know he likes these type of hands. He could even mix up here with a 3-bet in position coming out of the cutoff.
You can imagine how aggressive Rudy would get to him if he did that with the queens. And if he outflops Rudy, I expect a lot of flack from Rudy.
Yeah, I mean, even if we see, you know, a very low kind of tone board with 2 clubs, I think all the money's going in regardless. So,
Good fold.
let us see what happens.
Rudy telling the other players, good fold.
Sorry.
Alrighty, that stream is up and running, folks.
Oh,
Ace,
how's
ace,
that?
10.
Oh, goodness gracious.
We've seen debaucherous turns thus far in this series. So let's see what happens here. Maybe Rudy finds the queen on the turn and then all the money goes in.
Yeah, Rudy has checked, Nick becked.
Snap, call.
Yeah, because now Rudy doesn't believe because there's 2 aces there. He wants to find out, is Nick betting it?
To the turn we go. 3 of diamonds. No help to anyone. Rudolph checks again. Over to Nick.
Cappuccino would be great, thank you.
Nick just continues with his trip aces.
Fine. Yeah, cappuccino, he said. I'll take a cappuccino. 5 cappuccinos and
See
1
what his
hot chocolate.
sizing is now. 62k in the pot.
Rudolph calls again.
Yeah. 5 large cappuccinos and 1 hot
Keeping it small, Nick, because he wants to get value out of this.
King of diamonds on the river. That does complete the diamond flush draw. But let's see what happens. It goes check, check, flop. Oh, sorry, river.
Yeah,
should I
check,
say.
check, river. It really taps the table.
You just get don't like to make sure he gets to the queen spike. Oh. Keep the cheap.
Really saying you kept it cheap. I wanted to spike my queen.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if that queen did fall,
You got king.
all the money would be going in. So,
Ace or queens or kings. Ace or
well played regardless, sir. Got the max from Rudolph. I think he could have maybe fired another small bet on the river, though, considering.
Yeah, I don't know if it really pays him on the river.
Yeah. Interesting, though. It's interesting dynamic. Right, on to the next hand. Rudolph for queen 6 under the gun. Throws that bad boy away over to Nick.
Give him one card.
fucking raise.
How's it?
Pocket 3s under the gun +1. Looks like he raised
Yeah,
10k.
Nick's raised it. Ganesh with ace 10.
He has, looks like he calls, yeah. So I'm not too familiar with the chip denominations. On the green ones.
Man.
That's a 3-bet to 30.
Joe plays here.
So a lot of aggression there this morning, eh?
Yeah.
Opening 3s under the gun +1. Under the gun +2, 3 betting with ace 10 off.
Yeah.
See what JP Oaks finds. Yep. Folds. Fold. JP folds ace 10 as well.
Based on the action.
Over to Mark.
But they're playing together.
Queen 5. Back to Nick, who opts to call. Right, to the flop.
He's looking to set mine, yeah.
497. 2 diamonds on board. 3s are still in the head of 75% of the equity. Checks cash. Get mix here, either check or bet. I mean, both are reasonable, considering as he does unblock the diamonds as well.
Yeah, and the thing is, once you 3-bet pre, you want to be putting the continuation in because you're representing all the big hands there. Nick's a non-believer. So
Yeah, snips that one out. To the turn we go. 5 of hearts. That does bring a gut shot for Nick as well with those 3s. See how they up the players. Let's check my Nick. Over to Ganesh.
Ooh.
Checks back. To the river we
go.
go.
Checks back. Nick's going to know his 3s are pretty good.
4 hearts on the river, so backdoor heart draw does get there. Nick checks. Check.
Good. Ace king.
Okay, but think about it. Now about possibility.
Ganesh speaks up his hand. He says, ace, king, stupid
Think
cards.
about possibility.
You've got to love it, the poker players' habits of speaking up their hands.
Yeah.
And yet they're on the live stream knowing it's going out in 30 minutes, but I don't even think they twig about that.
No,
Like
that's
it's so in the zone, they're just used to be speaking up their hands.
just total mind games at the end of the day.
No, I can't call that. I can't even
And
get
that looks like she gets up the way there over to Ahmed.
I know you. I'm putting you on a pair.
Gets away there too. Greg Arnoldson.
Like it, ace king.
Not too familiar with that gentleman. Who might that be? With the black and white cap.
That is the other half of this French team of Mercy Remy.
Okay.
So I'm not sure who that is.
I don't know.
Well, when I have to go, when we get him on the table, we're going to have to go look at his results.
Absolutely, because he's on the pro side.
Yeah.
I've ordered already cappuccino.
Drink water.
Trying from 10 to 11 now, maybe get rid of someone. For the extra 10%.
Right, so Nick's opted to raise under the gun to 11k with Queen 8 suit. Over to Kanesh Panther.
Flat to the King Jack suited.
JP Oaks gets it out of the way too. Remy falls over to Mr. Lithman with 10 deuce.
Mark 5-3 suited. He
Sorry,
wants to see a
5-3.
flop.
Apologies. King 7 for Rudolph.
Rudy says, what must I do?
Value. You don't need to let that call.
Regardless of the stakes, he's always having fun, huh?
Unbelievable, Rudy. Absolute love of the game.
You probably have. You know what they
That's
say,
his fourth
you
flop.
can start in front.
Jack Queen 9, Rainbow.
So Nick has hit top pair and a gut shot. He'll continue. Doc has hit middle pair with a gut shot. The 5-3 of Mark Liffman. It's backdoor diamonds. He'll get out the way, and Rudy gets out the way.
I'm after you. I'm not after you.
6 of diamonds on the turn.
That strengthens Nick's hand because he's got the diamond draw as
Yep,
well.
that it does. So Doc's drawing super thin.
You might be scared, but your mother said you're lucky.
Sorry?
Queen on the river.
Right, Nick,
Oh, okay, all right.
never folding here. So let's see how much he bets. Maybe Doc doesn't believe him now with the second queen on the table.
40,000 is the bet. Is he trying to get sticky here?
Looks like he might.
Calls. Calls with that jack. And he finds out the bad news.
Good, good, good.
Nick scoops a nice little size pot.
He absolutely does. 98k. Well, that was his profit.
Yeah.
So there are the chip counts on this business person's table.
Back up.
Should have been a jack of diamonds. Or was it jack of diamonds?
You're busy, man.
No, the ace of diamonds should come on with a bit more.
The sun doing battle there.
Can't talk now, just listen to messages. There's a few messages I can't talk now.
It's folded round to Johnny. He's already out the way. JP has the pawn on the cards.
Yep.
So he's going to be playing. No. Mercia wakes up with pocket tens.
Pocket 10s on the cutoff. Raise. Guessing what are the oranges? 10,000.
It looks like it.
But we obviously had a low.
Could be 5,000.
You know, he actually takes
Over to Mark.
Must be 5,000 because the yellows are ones. Looks like the oranges are 5, the blacks are 10. The greens 15. The blues 500.
No, he's been playing brilliantly up yesterday. No, he needs to recover mentally.
You scored that goal without getting the
The whole thing changed.
He needs to recover mentally.
Mentally,
So raised with 2 callers there. He flops an up and down with those 10s. Nick gets a bottom pair. Mark Liffman has got a gutty. He needs one of those 10s though.
Two diamonds on the turn.
Now Nick's going to bet his 9 because everybody checked the flop. I don't think Mercia goes away for that.
10 comes on the river. This is a horrible card, though.
Yeah, but puts a 4 card straight there. Nicky's going to bet it there.
Yep.
My champion. Are you looking after the Kramer?
Oh, he's got called.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mercia
That's
called
why I
him.
put them in here. No, he is. He's the one. That's why he is here. Look at him. Me, I've already re-entered, you know?
Well played, sir.
Nick,
Huh?
Nick telling us all he has already re-entered. That's where Mark Liffman got the double up from.
Ah.
No, but Max got the bulk more money than him.
I got you 180. I'll check later. I'll send you that. Thanks.
But I played well there.
We have a lot more silences now from the commentary, but only because of the
Fair enough, and
players that are mic'd up, and we give you the opportunity to listen to what they're saying.
To add an additional dynamic.
Plus, I'm interested in hearing what they've got to
Yeah.
say.
Let's get the inside of the minds of some of these guys. It's interesting.
Yeah, and the banter between them.
Yeah.
Part of what makes poker fun, the banter on the table.
That is true.
I'm not debating with you, Bob.
Looks like Johnny's opted to make it 11K to go from under the gun +1.
Oh, sorry, I said 11. Sorry.
With a suited king.
Over to Mark. Folds. To Rudolph, gets out the way. To Nick. It's the Mark to Doc. Tosses that away as well.
And looks like it's a raise and take it.
Yeah.
First hand of the tournament, huh?
First one for Johnny, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he says, my first hand of the tournament.
Get those cobwebs out the way.
And Renette is the only lady in the field, but an accomplished pro.
Oh, no, 100%.
I mean, I'll go back to the days of All Africa 2009, circa there, where her and Melanie Banfield, Marty Faber were doing battle as the best lady player in the country. And,
What happened to the rest of them, eh?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I spoke to Yaku Storm because he knows Marty very well. And he said she doesn't really play anymore. And Melanie Banfield also, I don't know where she is. Her husband was acknowledged as the best pot limit Hold'em player in the world by the American professionals at a point.
Wow.
Cyril Joslovsky.
Never.
So that's, you know, he played pot limit Hold'em. And never ever played All Africa because he was very strict in his religious beliefs. And he couldn't play on the Sabbath, so because of the Friday, he didn't play any of the All Africas.
Fair enough, makes sense, yeah.
Or any of the other major local tournaments for that matter, because they all span over weekends.
Correct. Right, Rudolph. It's going to be. It was raised by Johnny, sorry, with the deuce. Rudolph flat. Nick's flattered as well with the King 9-0.
Yeah, but Renette then went to Vegas and won a lot of tournaments and cashed a lot there as a pro.
Yeah, I mean, that's like the dream for everybody that wants to become an aspiring poker professional. Eh? Go to Vegas, make the move, and just crush souls.
I know. Nick, you cannot buy him as a player, so I can't say down to him. I can't say the other one. Don't leave it
Cappuccino here.
And there's a couple of vloggers that do that. There's Trooper, and then there was Brad Owen, and all of these guys that have moved to Vegas.
So Brad Owen's been taking a bit of a thrashing of late, huh?
Yeah. So on that board, Nick has Nick raised it there, or just flat called with the top pair. So Johnny Betty's pocket deuces. Really called with the gut shot. And Nick with the top pair has popped it to 80k.
Hot chocolate in, cappuccino there.
Rudy comes along. He's got 2 overs.
Rudolph, did you order a cappuccino as well? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Right, turn brings the 5 of hearts. It doesn't really help anybody. Nick's still ahead. Looks like he's gone check, check. 9 for good measure.
Yeah, just for good measure. Now, Nick, if he was concerned about anything, he's not concerned anymore.
Sorry, one more cappuccino. Yeah, one more. You guys want to play Yeah, one more cappuccino.
The time is moving along.
Yeah.
We've been up and running for 49 minutes already.
I mean, it's Monday, eh? Who would have thought? Halfway through the
Yes,
day.
absolutely. We've had 3 days of great poker, starting Friday, good on Saturday and Sunday. The Mega Millions finishing, the Club Championships finishing.
And of course, the Little Slam already on the go.
Yeah, it's buzzing out there. Look at that poker room.
Poker room is getting rammed. Late reg is till tomorrow. No, there's multiple days, isn't there, for this one, if I'm not mistaken?
I'm not sure you have the...
I've got the little folder here with all the information.
Yeah. You can pull out your cheat sheet.
Gary's mission plan. All over here. All right, so let's have a look here. So we had the Little Slam that started today. So Little Slam, day 2 as well. Yeah, so that starts 11 o'clock on Tuesday. And then the 3rd day of the Little Slam will start at 11 as well.
So it's no multiple day ones.
There's no multiple day ones, but Little Slam does end
3-day tournament. When's the late reg end?
8:30, which is level 9 on this today.
Today.
At 9-3 there. At 9-3.
Right, so JP under the gun, ace 3 off.
And then we got that big one starting on Wednesday, eh? The 5 milli guaranteed, mate.
Yeah, it's big, eh? And
Huge.
last year it went to 6.3.
And for those that are not partaking in the main on Wednesday, come jump into the single day event, 5K. It's going to be massive as well. 20,000 starting, 20 levels. You got a late reg for 230.
Yeah, so here's some action coming. Rudolph was raised with the pocket 10s from the hijack. Doc on the button with the ace king. Has he just flattered that?
We think he has. According to our graphics.
Yeah, not only that, the chip colors that he threw in there.
No, he's got a lot more. He's raised, I think.
I know, that's why I only one pair. So I flat with aces.
He says I flat. He did flat.
Oh, okay.
He's just sorting out change for Rudy.
Yeah, see, that's why I got confused, because the green's there. Yeah, we had some good fun this morning. I don't know if Ian told you.
No.
So, of course, you know, we started at a bit of a later start today. So myself and Keegan and Josh were up before Ian was. So, of course, we needed to make a move through the venue and get everything set up. And he was still fast asleep. And, you know, you got to give the guy a little wake-up call. So what we did was we all ended up to sneak into his room and just started clapping. And he thought he was presenting again.
Oh, wow.
He woke up and he was like, oh, welcome back.
Yes, feisty now, but I think this should end it. So Rudy c-bet the flop with his 10s. Kanesh floated with the ace-king. Rudy's turned the set. Top set.
Not even afraid of my aces.
Not even afraid of my aces, he says.
Total mind games. What's Doc doing here? Doc's getting sticky.
The rebar
Takes a call to the
The rebar 20, says Doc. Rudy puts another bet in.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
So Doc in the blender here.
But you put ready.
That's a good bluff.
That's a good bluff, he says. Rudy shows him a set of 10s.
That 10. It's that 10.
How many for 10?
It's that 10.
Here.
Really shows him the set of tens there.
On the turn. Look at this clumsy block.
So we're coming up to the blinds going up already.
Sweat.
So it's been nearly an hour this morning.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's time for me to jump out. Gary's going to be jumping in with you. And myself, Mark, see you a little bit later, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we'll be back on a little bit later.
It's not as stiff as like around.
And I'll make way for Ian.
Flop. I would probably bet.
So it is now what? Already? Or the,
Okay,
the last hand?
good morning is not the appropriate greeting. It's good afternoon, in fact. Jeepers, the nocturnal people have arrived. So we're watching the big buy-in of the season, and this is the businessmen's section of the Super High Roller. I know you know your runners and riders, so for me to introduce to you my co-commentator, who shouldn't be a stranger to you now, he's been with us a few days now, and certainly been in your face. As one guy said to me this morning, that guy Ian who commentates, is that the crazy one on the camera who keeps popping up every so? I said that'll be the right guy. So good morning, Mr. Ian Young. How are you?
I'm good.
Good afternoon, sorry. I must
Good
get
afternoon. Yeah, you just said that.
So Super High Roller, businessmen.
This is quite a cool event.
125k, I think it is buying. Is that right?
125,000 rand.
Get a lot of cheddar for that.
I mean, do you think that some people, I know Rudolph, it's not a case for Rudolph, but do you think some people are really going to play tight because they don't want to lose their chips to rebuy?
I think if they can afford to enter this one, they can afford to rebuy.
I know they can afford a rebuy, but it's still 125,000 rand.
It's a hunk of
That's
cheese.
a lot. I mean, it's...
Yeah, absolutely right. It's a big hunk of cheese. And
Smoke to the poker god.
I'm trying to see if I'm just confirming it is a
JP Oaks is surely going to re-raise this.
125k.
Oh, did he just flat call?
Smooth called into Nick and all.
Smooth call there.
So you won't know.
Oh, and he gets outflopped.
You won't know Nick very well, but Nick is likes to play flops, likes to play hands.
I had to see it down the road. Thank you.
Mark, is the sandwich coming? Are you the one who ordered the
Ace
sandwich?
on the turn would make it very interesting.
Sunday sandwich, it just cost the sandwich takes 1 hour. So wild.
It's not Botswana, this. It's not Botswana. You've got to wait.
You're right, eh?
30 rand for you.
You are bad, man. Mr. Nipman, you are bad.
So Jack 2, 3, 8, 2 spades, 2 diamonds. Nick sitting with the ace of diamonds and the jack of spades, so he'd be pretty comfortable. JPO's got no potential draws here, so unless he wants to try and buy this, and he knows that Nick can be quite sticky. So looks down at his chips.
Is he going to
usually
call this?
Telltale, but I'm pretty sure he'll fold this.
Yeah, I don't think he can call this. Yeah, gotta let it go. It's a nice
wise,
hand, ace queen, but you missed with it, so you gotta let it go.
What you had?
So the little slam is filling up nicely. I think we're into our second hit of
I
players.
saw Ronnie Dos Santos make his way with his lovely girlfriend Olene.
I maintain what I said yesterday.
I saw her first. I said, please tell me that the Santos guy's not here. And then, of course, he was turning around and buying in at the same time. I knew that, actually. Nick, I'd like to have about... So this is our outer table, which is the professional table. And
Oh, is this the Super High Roller Professionals?
it is indeed.
Where's Imran?
Imran was knocked out about 15 minutes ago, I believe.
Really? Is he not rebuying?
It appears not.
Wow.
To be confirmed. I don't know if this is a rebuy or a re-entry tournament. If it's a re-entry, he can go cool his heels and come back. If it's a rebuy, he has to actually rebuy at the table at that time when he goes out. So if he is coming back, it'll need to be a re-entry. So Rudolph Free here.
King 9 re-raise. Oh, just a call.
Just a call. Place the 15,000. So action is now on the dock. Queen 10 suited. Nice hand in the
And
hijack.
Kanish Pather actually sponsoring the Man United tickets, so thank you for that.
Who wants Man United tickets? And they're rubbish, aren't they? They beat 7-0 yesterday.
Well, yeah, I mean, Liverpool won 7-0 the other day.
Yesterday. So Nick Zackham has the queens here. Going to be squeezing this for sure.
And I mean, Nick Zackham just playing a really awesome poker. He's already got a trophy at this event. He won the David Rosenthal Memorial Tournament.
There we go, there's the raise.
So he's already a champion.
He was a champion in my eyes from the beginning.
Works in construction.
Just to make sure. Yeah. Hasn't changed, though. Sometimes you forget.
Is he Lebanese? Nick Zackham Lebanese.
Nick his family hails from Lebanon. And did anybody notice what JP Oates is using as a card marker?
It looks like a chess piece.
Okay, so I'm going to give you a little snippet of information. JP Oates is a chess player.
Oh, wow.
And the reason he uses that pawn on top of his chips, in French, it's called N poussant.
En poussant.
No, N poussant.
En
Like as in chicken, but not chicken or fish.
You know the
sorry.
chicken, I don't like it. The Americans always eat a chicken. We like to eat duck.
So en passant is a chess term, which is common to everything chess across the world.
Wow, Queen
it's,
10 actually flops a gut shot.
I'm telling a story.
Oh, sorry, Gary.
That's okay. We'll come back to it. The Queens are still ahead here from Nikki.
Tell me your story.
I'll tell you right now when the hand finishes. I'm educating you. I'm not telling you a story, actually. I'm educating you.
Okay.
Bit of culture, bro. Bit of culture.
You're always educating me. I like it. I mean,
I'm like your dad. I'm
Ultra
like your dad.
crepidarian.
I'm like your poker dad.
You are.
You are. Yeah.
Thanks, Dad.
No problem, son. Okay, for anybody who's actually listening out there, it's all true.
Kinesh is actually, I mean, I don't want to overstep here, but he's a good-looking cat.
He's a Man United fan. He's a dentist, doctor.
Oh. He's a dentist?
He is, yeah. So, en passant, in literal French in conjunction with chess, to move sideways, to challenge a fellow pawn of the opposite colour.
Okay.
And I'm going to enlighten you on that, Nana. So, en passant is JP Oates' online name. And also, the pawn is the only chess piece that can be promoted. So, as you go through games, you can be promoted from a pawn onto a knight, from a knight onto a bishop, from a bishop to a rook, from a rook to a queen, and from a queen you can't be promoted anywhere else because you can't become a king.
But it's only if the pawn makes it to the other side of the table.
Indeed, but it is the only piece.
Yes.
So JP Oates, if you watch him when he's playing poker, the chess piece on top of his chips will change the further he gets into a tournament, and the only time you'll see the king is when he wins.
That is actually
What a great story.
very cool, yeah.
En passant, sideways move by a pawn.
That is pretty sleek and stylish. That's like James Bond right there, JP Oates. That is pretty cool.
There's a true story, and if anybody wants to speak to JP about that, and JP is an advocate by trade. He's a criminal lawyer, and a very, very smart man. Loves his poker, loves his family, great family man, and a good friend to the poker tour. And you'll notice the jacket he's wearing today is exactly the same as mine. Only 20 made in the world.
Oh, wow.
And he's a proud owner of one of our card street jackets, who we sponsored him for a while.
Who's your favorite Bond?
Without a doubt, Roger Moore.
Roger Moore. Not Sean Connery. I thought I would have taken you for Sean Connery.
I like old Sean Connery, I mean, but I
Adversely.
loved him in Hunt for the Red October, of course.
Well, of course, he was very good there.
There's a great piece with Roger Moore's hanging off a cable car, and he's got his mandatory beautiful woman going, James, hang on. And he does that eyebrow thing. He went, the thought had occurred to me.
The thought had occurred to me. Money pane.
Yeah.
I would like to see Sean Connery playing poker. Listen, lads, you better fold your hand. I've got pocket aces. You know, you should lean back right now. Fold when you're ahead, you know.
Fold when you're ahead. And,
sorry. Don't do that.
Ian's Guide to Poker. Please don't rush out and buy it just yet.
Don't buy my book yet.
We need to fine-tune it a little bit first.
If I'm going to write a poker book, it's going to get 0 sales. Maybe my mum will buy it.
I'll buy it.
Yay.
Because I'm your dad.
Yeah, thanks, Dad.
4, 5, oh.
So we've been blessed with the presence of the Monster Jam Poker Tour, Sunbet Poker Tour
She's like the-
operations manager.
She's like the Monster Jam mommy,
Her
I think.
Holiness, Mrs. Caitlin Dunlap Bracketsley.
I love how she just knows everything that's going on. She knows about the sound, she knows about the poker, she knows about the logistics, she knows about everything that's going on everywhere at all times. She is just dope.
She would make somebody a good wife one day. Lucky Blake. Lucky
Yeah,
Blake.
he
that's
is
what
going
I
to be a
can
lucky
say.
fellow.
No, he is a lucky fellow. Not going to be. Fortunately, she's produced this child who's very smart, just like her. Not mad like her husband.
He doesn't like his toothpaste though.
He's got the most beautiful child. So you think Caitlin's come to visit us? She's inspecting?
Yeah, she's actually not. She's like making sure.
She's patrolling?
I'm feeling under pressure right now.
She's patrolling up and down the back here, checking the dustbins have been empty this morning and the ashtrays are empty. Not that we'd ever smoke in the back and forth.
No, I haven't done that
yet.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me, Ian, what do you think about the shot clocks?
The
shot clock, the timer on the table. What do you think? Do you know it's a good idea or a bad idea?
I think it's a good idea.
You know, as soon as a player gets his cards, it's his time to act. Push the button. The timer starts from, I believe, 30 seconds on the Super High Roller.
I think it's good
down.
because there's so many times where players actually take quite a while to make a decision, and it's a lot of posturing, and it's actually a strategic move to do that, to take time. You know, if you've got the nuts to make it look like you're thinking about something, but you're actually not thinking, you know.
Well,
so some players can take a long time. So
I've got to tell you, if there was no shot clock in the club championships yesterday, we'd still be here commentating on the final table.
yeah, definitely.
Because that went long.
This is
Okay,
quite a hand that we got here.
Caitlin's gone, so we can misbehave again now. Okay, Ace-10 versus Jacks. Mark
Oh,
Liffman.
wow. A set of jacks for Mark.
Ace-10.
I mean, sorry, for Mercia.
So Mark has also hit a 10 with an ace here. So he's got a piece of this. Mercia's going to bet. Mark is peeling out the call. He looks like he's peeling out the call.
An ace would be the worst card. Or a 10.
Any ace, any 10 would be a terrible card.
Mark raises him, and he's got the nuts at the moment.
Yeah, so what does Mercia do here? Look, let's just concentrate on Mercia.
This
I don't really know
this
him
is
very
exactly
well.
what I was talking about tonight. This is why he's going to take some time to make it look like, oh, did he really raise me? Oh, I've got a set of jacks. What do I do here?
He flat called.
Of course he flat calls. He wants the money in. Oh, wow. Quad alert. Quad alert. We've got quads.
So Mark Liffman is actually going to represent the hand that Mercia has actually got here.
No, he can't put him on.
No.
Less likely.
No. Mark is representing a jack in his hand here.
Yes, yeah, but
and the hope that Mercia
not
has
putting
actually
him.
got a different hand.
He might put him on one jack, but not two jacks.
No, he's putting him on no jacks. He's representing the jack. Unbeknownst to Mercia. Mercia will take his time here. He'll look at, and I wouldn't.
He's got the stone cold nuts.
I wouldn't be surprised if he put in a time bank as well.
That would be a good move. But also, it could be suspicious because then.
No, he's going to just call.
Wow, this is a cooler.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's 4 double pairs now. So if Mark is representing the jack, he's got to put more money in here because he's got to represent the full house. He checks and shuts down. Mercia will now bet
have
big.
to bet now. I wonder if Mark will pay him off.
430 in the pot, so there will be some. I think a reasonable size bet to get paid is about 150 to 250. He might go for the lot. Let's see. He's kind of hoping that he's got a pair of jack zeros, a pair of 10s.
Brick wall waterfall. Mercia thinks he's got it all, and he does. Pocket jacks. Boom with that attitude. Peace punch, Captain Crunch. I got something you can't touch.
This looks like it could even be a snap call.
Is he going to pay him off, yeah? He pays him off, and he's going to see that he's got quads.
That's what he said. I think he's got 10s. That's exactly what he was putting him on.
Wow.
the button, can you believe it? But a small blind, but button man, eh?
Yeah, it's all one.
Hassan. Quads.
Second jack didn't do you any good, huh?
You did a Hollywood.
What do you think of that, eh? He got
Wow.
paid max there.
It's easier fold.
Yeah, he did. Wow. I can't believe he paid him off. Well, I don't think he put him on, like you said. Didn't put him in any jacks.
Of course, you can't put him on a jack there if he's putting his money in. I mean, what did he bet there? About 200. I said 150 to 250, and he was 200 straight in the middle.
Yeah.
And that was just enough to
Reel him in, yeah.
Yeah. And that'll I'd be interested to see what the chip count is up there now, because that must put Mercier right up there.
Ganesh.
That T-shirt could make you a little bit funny with your eyes, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Oh well.
It's like one of those hallucination things, you know, where it's like, and Gary, sleep. You will give your wife half of all your money by the morning and buy her all the shoes and wake up.
Now You See Me, 1 and 2. That was the Woody Harrelson, wasn't it? He did the film Now You See Me.
Yeah, yes, Woody Harrelson. Yes,
That's
yeah,
right.
he's done that thing where he just touches you and you just like sleep.
But I just watched it last week. Now You See Me 2. That's even better than the first one.
Oh, I loved it. I loved it
Because
when
now they know the cop was in on it.
Yes.
Now they all know he's in on it.
I liked Mark Ruffalo's character in that.
Yeah,
Super cool.
He was the cop. Yeah, Mark Ruffalo.
Yes, yeah, he was the cop and he was actually the genius behind it all.
Yeah, because his dad was the guy who got killed in the safe that got. Yeah, he
Yes.
did the Harry Houdini thing, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. What a great movie that was. Yeah, I enjoyed the second one as much. In fact, more.
Same way. That's good.
Draushutios. He said, "Just call me Johnny."
And this just shows you, just talking about what we were talking about now, about magic and magicians. Did you know that there is a kid because I love magic. So there's a kid who does magic reveal videos, just like Morgan Freeman's character in that movie, Now You See Me. And he gets millions of views and he's got millions of subscribers.
Wow.
He makes at least, I think $1.4 million a month.
Holy guacamole.
And now think about the effort being put in. I mean, he did a magic revealed video of a guy does a pigeon act, and he says the kid comes on, and he says he trains the pigeons and he uses a trick jacket. But now I feel sorry for the magician, because the magician's got to literally train pigeons, stuff them in his jacket, and go on stage. I mean, he's got like a pigeon going brr, 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 in his jacket.
Unless there's a joke or a punchline coming here.
But I mean, and this kid is making the same amount of money as him, and all he does is go on YouTube and be like, "This is how he does it."
Yeah, they could pee you off, couldn't it?
Yeah, really.
Hello. You spent all that time training Percy the Pidge, you know?
Yeah. Come on, Larry, get in the jacket. Get in the jacket.
Oh, my word. Larry and Percy.
Yeah.
Percy the Pigeon.
I mean, your friends are asking you to go out to the nightclub, and you're like, "Sorry, I got to train my pigeons."
Yeah. You know, we walk the dogs up, got to fly the pigeons. You can imagine them with a little tiny leash and they're flying above him, like a couple of balloons.
I've got both. 2 houses.
So it just shows you how the world is changing with YouTube and all those sensations, you know.
I follow a lot of people who do woodworking, making tables and chairs and stuff. These guys make a lot of money making tables and stuff. They're just content providers. I have a workshop at home and I have a TV on the wall, so I learn off them. I'm teaching myself carpentry. That's my kind of my hobby.
Don't come back
Nice.
Yeah, I'll show you some pictures of my workshop when we have a spare minute. It took me a long time to save up to get it. It's one of those lifetime projects.
I
want to see that. That looks cool.
I'm actually proud to show you.
No,
So,
but they're big guys, but they were good, and their team
It's
that
been
came.
quite quiet apart from that quads home, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's not really, but I mean, it's a lot of money to buy in. They've got a lot of chips, so they're very deep.
That's what
So you know
I wanted to know
the
why
sparring is, you know, it's not as much as you'd anticipate. But I mean, Imran Bajani's just gone out. I don't know who took his chips, but last night Jared Solomon and Omid got into it. Aces with kings.
Oh wow.
And Solly got knocked out. So super cool at pre-flop. And obviously Solly has not reballed now, but yeah, so a couple of the pros are out and all the businessmen are still there.
Wow, so you're saying Solomon was out with that end?
Last night, yeah,
Wow.
kings. And Ahmed had aces. And all the money went in pre-flop.
Everybody's been pushing me to take something.
So Nick Zackham under the gun, 5k to call. Blinds have recently gone up, so it's 33k, 5k, 5k on the big blind ante.
Do you know when it's going to be like a complete freeze out?
I think it's today in. I think it might be the end of level 3 or 4. I'm not entirely sure. We can check in a moment. But,
all right. We got a hand cooking up over here.
Yeah, indeed.
Mark Liftman, Queen 10. Oh, and Rudolph. I know that Rudolph said that this is one of his favorite types of hands. Queen 10 or Queen Jack suited. Because I played with him at a super high roller, which I won a ticket to on a satellite actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's
so that was quite nice to play with the best of the best.
Check you, bit of a baller.
There we go.
Going with the boys.
Oh wow! Look at this flop for.
Talk me through it, brother. Talk me through it.
I mean, we got the spade draw for Johnny and for Rudolph, but now Rudolph was in trouble because Johnny's got the king high spade draw.
Pair of sixes for Nick Zackham. We don't know what Ganesh has got. They're hiding nicely.
Johnny and Rudolph are not going anywhere soon.
Don't think so. Let's see what his sizing is. Action is with Nick. So Nick is representing his 6 or something bigger.
And he bets it quite small.
Registration period. Re-entry closes at the end of level 11 on day 2. There you go. Re-entry period. Re-entry closes end of level 11, day 2, approximately 14:40 hours. So what are we on now? 14:20. So
in 20 minutes.
At the end of this level. There
Wow.
You go.
Okay.
Unless it's been changed, of course.
Oh, Rudolph goes all in. Oh wow, he shoves. I wonder if Johnny's going to call here. And I mean, this is what I was talking about to you about. Do other people will risk it for another re-entry? You know, do you want to risk your stack on a draw?
I think the price is too much versus what's in the pot, or what he potentially could have won. So
that's big.
Nicky's folding here.
Oh no, he went all in. He called.
He must be short.
He said, "Let's gamble." He called it.
No, he took the all in back.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he took the thing back.
He's folded now. He's done.
Right. So we need to listen here.
10 seconds later.
I said all in for you.
Okay, there was a bit of confusion there. I thought he called there.
Yeah, they might call the floor here, so let's just check and see if it's regulated.
With the exclamation mark, with the question mark, with the full stop.
If Johnny calls here, he's actually ahead of Rudolph in every way, because even if the spade comes, he will win, and if it doesn't come, he'll win. Unless he spikes a jack or a queen, of course. This is a decision to make for Johnny. Because right now,
remember, look, Liftman's behind him as well, eh?
Yeah, but Liftman will surely fold in all in.
Yeah, we got to play, man.
But he doesn't know that. Maybe
he calls! Oh my word, he calls! Wow! He calls and he's ahead! Oh, he's got 2 spades and he's dominated Rudolph.
Rudolph's looking for Jackson Queens and 3 of them are already
Lemon zest, carrot cake, Mandalorian. Audrey, this is good. Wow! Oh my goodness. Wow, this is insane.
There's the king.
Oh, there's the king and he's moved ahead now. He literally can't catch any card. He's dead. Wow, and Johnny with a huge double up there in the super high roller. And the spade comes and gives him the king high flush. Oh, wow.
I think if they get to the river, the hand plays itself in here.
What a call from Johnny there. I mean, I didn't think he was going to do it, but he did it. He made the hero call.
I was surprised as well, I've got to be honest. I thought it was too much money. But I don't know Johnny. I mean, I'm assuming you don't know Johnny either.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a real stranger to me when he walked in this morning. I mean, you know, his surname is like handful of Scrabble letters thrown on the table.
Yes,
you know?
yeah.
Nick said he was spelling to me. I said, I give up.
Alphabet aerobics.
Yeah, indeed. But I don't know, Johnny, but that's a hell of a call.
Johnny, I'm going to call you John Wayne because that was really cool and slick with the call there. And I'm sure I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I think Rudolph is going to rebar. Just guessing.
So we think that Rudolph will have about 100,000 left. He did cover, Johnny.
Oh, did he? Okay.
According to our numbers, but we'll check right now as they come in. Bingo out on the secondary table. So up next to Greg Ronaldson, we've got Ahmed Karim, and he folds his cards face up accidentally.
Okay,
There's
Ahmed,
an ace there. What
he's
a
got
net.
a huge stack there. Like you said, Ahmed was the one who took down that hand.
Yes, he knocked Solly out last time.
Okay. Wow, John Wayne is the coolest cat in the West. He's gonna walk into the saloon and be like, "Hey, sugar, can I get a whiskey and make my bed in the morning because I am on fleek. My horse is outside, honey. If you want to follow me down to the town."
Which cowboy was that?
I don't know.
Oh, is that your own cowboy?
Yes, that was
So
just
he's a young cowboy. It's not John Wayne cowboy.
No.
No Lee Van Cleef.
I just, when I picture John Wayne, that's how I think he speaks, you know, he's
I
got
was
a,
watching that program, The Pawn Stars, you know, and they had John Wayne's hat. This guy was trying to sell it. And Rick, you know, Rick Harrison, he says, that's not John Wayne's hat. I've got a mate, he'll verify it. John Wayne's son comes. He picks up the hat, puts it on his head. He said, my dad's head was bigger than this. Puts it back down. He said, on your back, sunshine.
Wow.
No, but it was born in the movie. Blood must have shrunk. Yeah, goodbye. Go on, how'd you go?
and you see those are the type of scams that people do to people to sell those sort of thing. They say, this is John Wayne's hat, and, you know, and that's where they get scammed. And then they bring it to the pawn shop and they realize that it's a fake.
And there's a lot of that, eh?
Yeah. Scams are a big thing. I mean, if you want to Google this, one of the biggest scams in history. Oh, wow. Gary's just showing me he's got a photo
of
with
me and Rick Harrison.
Mick Harrison
from the pawn shop.
From the pawn shop. That is super cool.
Yeah, I went to see them when I was in Vegas for the World Series. Check.
That's really super cool. Awesome. I would love to meet that out.
Pilgrimage. Check.
Quite a character.
That was on my bucket list. That. So Nick Zaki was 6 again. I mean, he likes those 6s, eh? He was very lucky because there was a. They thought he said, "I'm also all in," and you thought he said it as well.
I also thought he said that, yeah.
And he said, and I was saying, "No, are you all into Rudy?" And that's why he took the triangle back. So if they'd have called the floor, you know, there could have been some controversy there. Because once you say those words, it's over. You know, verbal counts.
But what is the ruling if you say it like that? Are you all in? Are you still all in?
Then he has to qualify what the dealer heard. Dealer is the #1 witness in all cases, and then he can confer with the other players.
Okay.
And then, of course, you can just rewind the tape and listen anyhow. Yeah, so you have to be very careful is the moral of the story.
Yeah. I was talking about scams. You can actually Google this. One of the biggest scams in history was a Nigerian guy who sold an airport to a bank that he didn't own.
Unbelievable.
I mean, wow.
But the Nigerians have a real problem with corruption. Well, there's an all-in from Kanish Petha here, the doc.
Oh, we don't know what Kanish has, but he's all in.
Yeah.
And he's quite short-stacked compared to, you know, the likes of Mercia. He's got almost 1 million. Johnny might call this.
You think?
Maybe, just because it's so low.
With his newfound wealth, you mean?
Yes, yeah. Because he's now over 1 million. And
he's a millionaire, yeah.
It's only 100,000.
Well, remember the clock is ticking.
180,000.
So Johnny has to make a mind up, otherwise he has to surrender one of his time chips. So the time chips get replenished at the end of the rebuy period, and also if you go to final table, you get an extra 5 for both.
How does the team work exactly?
Look at
Oh, look,
this.
you're
Johnny
right.
is going to call this.
Johnny likes to see flops.
He
He
is
likes
on
to play.
fire, this guy. I mean, I don't know what Kinesh has, but
Well, I think we're not going to find out shortly.
It's actually an individual tournament.
I'm liking Johnny a lot here.
oh, he calls.
Oh, wow.
Kinesh at risk. Oh, wow. Oh, he's got pocket tens. He's got him dominated. So we're probably going to see a double up from Kinesh, unless he spikes a 4.
Yeah. No real suits working for either player here, so this is purely 4s and 4s only. What do they say? May the 4s be with you.
Ace on the turn.
Only
no
a 4.
help
Only
for
a
Johnny.
4.
Only
2
a
out
4.
turn.
Ooh, I almost thought.
Kinesh will double up.
Kinesh, nice double up there from the dentist.
Hey, you see the other little chess piece there?
I mean, imagine the amount of work and pressure it must be under to con a bank to believing that you own an airport. I mean, you got to. Apparently, he pretended like he was the king of the country, and he got like robes and stuff and bodyguards. I mean, you got to tell your chums.
A
Like,
proper scam.
a proper scam. But then you go
Catch
into
me if you can stuff.
Yeah, proper. I mean, the amount of pressure. I mean, when I just do something slightly grey like area, I start sweating, my handshake, and I eventually tell the
Yeah,
person,
but that's because you're built as an honest person. These guys are built born corrupt, you know.
Yes,
They're trained, you know. I mean, when the guy sends you the message on your phone about all the money that you've inherited, he's normally in Nigeria, isn't he?
yeah, sure.
That's where they keep all the money.
Yeah. But also,
But they have a
imagine,
real problem with corruption, all joking aside. I mean, it's a worldwide problem, but particularly in Africa, Nigeria's got the worst reputation, shall we say.
but also imagine when the people he sold it to got to the airport and said, no, this is ours now, and the real owner's like, what are you talking about?
Hello, but fly.
Yeah, we bought this airport. Like, no, you didn't.
No, I think that must be the one down the road.
Yeah.
Imagine there's plans to rename it and all this stuff, right?
Yes, yeah, they're
Big
bringing out
international-
construction people trying to, because they're probably going to destroy it and turn it into something else. The owner's like, what are you guys doing here? It must be chaos.
I hear you. Rudy is all in for his last few chipperoonies. He's got about 8 big blinds.
Rudolph all in, 68.
That is very interesting. Good luck.
I think Mark might call him.
Johnny's not interested with his 9-3.
Mark
Did
will
Mark
call.
call?
I think he will call.
I think Jack 8's reasonable call there.
Yeah. I mean, he knows he's probably shoving light, which he is.
Rudy will
But
rebuy anyhow if he's
Rudolph
out.
is ahead.
He said, I've got not much. Rudy proudly turns over
Proudly
his
7. Look at that.
Mr. Lippman also proudly chose his Jack 8 over.
Jack 8. I actually like Jack 8.
Let's listen to the commentary by the two perpetrators here.
Boom. Oh! 2 jacks,
How
baby.
does Liffman run?
Flops a set.
How does Liffman run?
Wow. Flops him almost. Oh! Oh, I thought that was an 8. Lands. He's dead. So Mark will take Rudolph's chips there. I'm sure Rudolph will buy back in. Or
Rudolph, au revoir, mon ami.
I wonder if you think sense here, man. What are you looking at my cards for?
Jack's maybe back,
so he lost a hand to Jacks, and
And then he's crushed it with Jacks.
crushed it with Jacks. So Jacks is the Jacks and 10s looks like it's the table, the hand to have. I think
Okay, Mark
Rudolph going to
Liffman,
rebar.
VPIP. So this is voluntary put in pot, kind of aggressive stuff. So Liffman has been the most active. Of course, Johnny had to be up there.
Johnny, John Wayne, he's my man. Sending a message to his wife now, baby, I think I'm going to be running late because I've got chips, so don't wait up.
He was thinking any ace.
So Rene has been very quiet since he won that big hand.
Yeah.
I suppose you can be quiet when you win like 400,000-500,000 a spin, you know?
Yeah.
It's not too bad, is it?
And here comes Rudolph, I think, with a rebar.
What seat am I in? Oh, the same one.
He's saying there, rebar, rebar. Just 125,000 rand, no biggie.
I'm in C5. 4 and 6.
So what's it say on the schedule over there, Ian?
And 4.
So this is our schedule for today. This is 14 to 1500 hours, you and I. 15-minute break. Mark and Ian, so you're staying on with Big Mark.
Alrighty.
And then 1600, I'm coming in and Chris is coming back. 15-minute break. And so on and so forth.
Alrighty.
Cool. This is to accommodate Chris has got some work he needs to do, so
No problem.
we're working around you today. So that's okay. Christine, I have to call him Christopher Dean because Christine sounds like he's a chick, you know.
Oh yeah.
Christine.
Christine. Yeah.
Who's Christine? Where is she? No, it's Christopher Dean. Parents had a sense of humour, eh? No. I mean, I used to go to school with a girl called Annette, and her surname was Curtin. You think I'm joking, right? They've just got to have a sense of humour, these people, you know? Your poor kid is going to be subjected to that for the rest of his life.
I always remember one fond, well, not fond, but a memory that sticks in my memory from school is that girls used to play that game. You know that it's like a paper where you go like this and you can't. They say choose a number 1, 2, 3, 4, and then they would look inside this paper thing and it would be like choose a color, blue or orange, and then you pick blue and she opens up and there's a little message inside. And she's like, they would say, you're gonna have 2 kids and you're gonna be a plumber and yeah. And then
breed tadpoles or something.
Yeah, something like that. And they'd always laugh at me and be like, okay, well that's not, you see, this is the classic, you know, logic versus a woman's, you know, argumentative style. She's like, no, it's true. I'm like, no, well, it's not true. I mean,
so how long have you been a plumber? And what are your kids called?
Joey and Esda.
Yeah.
And I actually am a plumber, so she was right, but I mean, still.
So tell me, talking about vocations, jobs, when did you discover that you wanted to be a comedian?
Oh, well,
Get to know you time.
There we go. So I actually was a professional racing driver for many years. And it was going to be my career. And I was quite entertaining in the interviews when the people used to interview me.
Yeah.
And people always used to watch my interviews and they used to always laugh. And at trophy ceremonies I used to do, you know, when you say thank you to the sponsors and stuff like that, I was just quite entertaining. So eventually we didn't have enough sponsors to continue motor racing. And then someone said, you should get into entertainment. Definitely. So I went to go study at AFTA, which is a film school and live performance. And then I majored in comedy performance.
Okay. Just we're going to pick. Don't lose that thread. We're on comedy performance. We know Kanesh has just hit his jack here. The other 2 players, and really nothing. I mean, obviously JP's got his pocket ace, which he opened with, and he's going to continue the movement. I think Nick can get out of the way, and I'm pretty sure Kanesh. Oh,
Nick might float one. I mean, if a heart
he raises.
Yeah.
This is Nick at his best. So.
This
could actually get rid of the best hand here.
This is the classic that you don't want to let go of your ace-queen suited. It looks too pretty.
I've got to tell you, not wanting to contradict you because I don't, but if you knew Nick, this is classic Nick Annoy.
Oh, really?
Raising with nothing.
Oh, is it?
It's proper. This is classic Nick. He loves the player. He loves to put them to the sword, and he'll show them half the time as well. Okay, he's not married to that at all.
Yes,
He's actually got a plan.
Yeah, but Kanesh can't fold now.
Yes, he can. What? I told you he would get the best player to fold out his hand.
How did he fold?
Did I tell you or did I tell you?
Well, I mean, what is he putting on? Ace-Jack? I mean, he had King-Jack. He flops top pair, second best kicker.
So we're now back to JP. It looks like JP's folded, I think.
How did he get that through?
There you go.
What happened there?
And, listen,
he shows it.
I told you he'd show it. You got me in suspense now.
Oh, wow. Nick Noy.
So now make a note, Nick Noy in your head.
Yes,
how
yeah.
he plays.
He's a player to watch out for sure.
So you majored in comedic comedy, what do you call it?
I majored in live performance and comedy, and that was also quite a cool story, is that I wanted to go into dramatic acting. I wanted to be an actor. And then when I did all so the School of AFTA, everything is done practically. So first year, as soon as you get in, the lecturers literally just tell you, so you want to be an actor? All right, cool.
Act.
Here's a monologue, you're going on stage next week. And we go on stage and we learn that we suck at acting, and it's hard. But then obviously it's a 4-year program. But when I was doing my Shakespeare monologues, I was making everyone laugh in the auditorium. And then the lecturer said to me, you know what you should think about comedy? And then I did. I started watching stand-up comedy, and then I did my final thesis and my final practical exam in a comedy routine.
Oh, right, that's very cool.
Yeah.
Did you film it?
Yes, I did actually.
Oh, I'd love to see that. the Mark I version of Ian Young stand-up.
Yeah.
So cool, huh?
Yeah.
See, we like to get to know people. I don't want to talk about boring old me. We want to know about you. Racing driver, we're going to get into that later.
Yes,
sir.
and I'm actually 3-time South African champion in motor racing.
Which class?
I did VWs, and I did some rally, and I did some South African karting, and I actually competed in the Worlds, finished 4th in the World Championships.
Wow. Why did they sponsor you? You could have been like on the F1 grid now.
Yeah, well, I did get sponsored, but you need basically bundles of sponsors, yeah.
Buckets of cash. Johnny with the top pair here. Nothing much helping either of the other two. Kanesh's ace-10 and the suited ace-2 by Rudolph.
Johnny on fire and flopping good. He's on what kind of run is he on?
He's on a sun run.
There we go, baby.
Did we just connect there? Did we have a moment?
Yeah, we did. We had a telekinesis, one of those.
High five.
High five. Boop.
You know the problem is, call 28, now it's 35.
So David is busy taking notes of the players. He doesn't need to come in here and ask us which table we're putting up, because there is only one.
Yeah.
Wait for better spots.
And at the end of this level, we will have a 15-minute break. I'll ask Siobhan if you can bring me up a timing clock in a minute, and we'll have a look to see how long we got left on the level.
Hey, Rudolph is back, baby.
Rudy.
He's back, baby.
But he was sitting the other side of Mark, wasn't he? No, he's sitting on that side.
I must say, I do like Rudolph's style. He's such a fan and lover of poker. Everything poker, this man. He plays poker every day, probably 3 different tournaments, sometimes 5 different tournaments, live here and at another place. Sometimes he drives away to go and enter into another tournament at this casino, and then comes back to this one, and he's playing online.
Yeah. So, Mark Gobler was the only one who got my mistake that we deliberately put out there. Well done, Mark.
One doesn't move sideways, it moves diagonally.
It moves diagonally when the opponent pulls the 2 squares and forwards and lands up next to the board on the 4th or 5th rank. Just for your information, Mark, buy yourself a coconut.
Oh, well done, Mark.
I told you there'd be somebody out there who get me.
I thought when you said that, I actually did pick it up, and I was like, what is happening here?
You see?
Gary, you tricked me.
Anyhow, thank you for the chess lesson, Mark. Of course, if Big Mark had been in here, he would have told us anyhow, because his nickname is Chess, of course. But yeah, anyhow. Mark, thank you very much, and we appreciate your feedback.
I feel like.
But of course, the online name doesn't change, and of course, the promotion of the pawns still doesn't change. It is the only one who can eventually go through the knight, the bishop, and the rook, eventually become a queen. And of course, JP, if he ever wins, puts a king on top of the winning chips. There we go. All interesting stuff.
But I know my something's better than your something.
Maybe. What do you want me to do?
What I want you to do.
There we go.
Yeah.
6 minutes and 50 seconds left to go on the level.
He's Mercier, Johnny asking, Mercier asking Johnny, what do you want me to do? He says, I want you to throw your cards in the muck.
That's very cool.
Mercier says, I've got something, and Johnny says, I've also got something. And Johnny's saying, I know my something's better than your something, which he is right.
I think there's something going on here. Do you think I'll get into comedy school? I'm getting there. I'm moving.
You are getting there.
Yeah, thanks,
I like
man.
your little crack-ups there.
Yeah. I'm aspiring, you know.
Oh, Stone Cold Bluff. Did he just bet 95,000? He did, Mercier. I think Johnny's going to call this.
He's like that.
Come on, Johnny.
Johnny likes the call. There's a Stein Bank straight off the bat. Thank you very much. I'll be having a little think here.
Medium strong.
See, look at the table talk now from Johnny. Ask him how getting reads from him right now.
Queen 10. Kickers are the problem.
See, he put out that he has a queen, which he doesn't. Getting a read from Mercier, see how uncomfortable he is. He's saying the kickers are the problem, which we know Johnny doesn't have a queen.
So that little beep was the timing cube. So that's another time bank he's taking.
Come on, find the call. Find the call, Johnny. Johnny just has a 9.
Did you hear what he said? Keep taking the time banks until I tell you to stop.
Oh,
in other words, he's in the tank here, in the blender, having a proper think here.
He's really thinking about calling this. And is he going to call?
324,000 in the middle.
Find the call. Call! He calls! He makes the call!
Wow.
Hero call there with just a 9. And Mercier has to muck his hand. He's got nothing. Whoa, John Wayne there. I mean,
as they say, you little devil.
Milk tart, this is good. He's like, I'll call you, Sonny. You want to know what I'm bringing to the table? I am Bane, and I will call you down with just a 9.
Okay, what's happening?
That's a nice looking stack.
Looks like Ahmed stack.
Oh, it looks nice and pretty with all the different colors. Looks like a fruit salad.
So we're about 4 or 5 minutes away from the end of this level. So just going forward, we'll take a 15-minute break. We will change the table. So the professionals will be coming to the table. And
ooh, interesting.
When we come back from the break, Mark will have joined Ian. Ian will bring Mark up to speed, I'm sure, on what's happening and who's who in the zoo. I will go for a short perambulate around the poker room, see what's happening in the little slam, and then I'll be back with Chris at about 1600. Jeez, it's strange, isn't it? The morning just didn't exist for us.
Yeah,
today.
it just flew by.
It was gone.
Yeah.
We got up late. Well, we got to bed late last night. Sorry, darling.
What,
tell everybody about that.
what were you doing last night? Because the poker ended at 8 p.m. I'm joking.
Shelley listed. You've dropped me right in it again. Sweetie, he's lying. We finished at 9. I was in bed by 3. Pocket 4s. May the 4s be with you, Mr. Zackham. Raises to 16. Johnny's out of the way. Round to JP with pocket 3s. He's off to set mine with the little crabs.
Oh, it would be so interesting if it comes 3-4 on the flop. Set over set madness.
Mercier will learn his lesson. Jack 10 was no good last
the last hand, yeah. And Rudolph was in there. I think this is when Rudolph starts to get a little bit like, I want to chip up now when he starts playing 8-9 aggressively. Like he'll call a raise with 8-9.
Oh, 2-2.
Both of them have got a wheel draw.
Both of them got 2 pair. Backdoor club's not working for anybody really. I'm not with has got a 6, but there's not
Nick
enough
ahead
there.
and rightfully bets it. Not really. He's checking if someone's got an ace.
Well, he was the pre-flop raiser, so JP folds straight off the bat.
Oh,
Mark
no.
to Rudy, he'll get out of the way, of course. He's
Not much for Mark.
Mark Lippman also.
Fold.
So well played, Nick.
Nice. He actually bet and won with the best hand.
Yeah. That's what's supposed to happen, isn't it?
Yeah. But if you got raised there and someone represented the ace, I'm sure he would have folded. Maybe on the river. He would have called one street.
Yeah. So hand number 30, time flies when you enjoy yourself. Was Ghani holding his hands out, looking for some divine intervention perhaps. Mr. Huawei's son, looking like he's accumulating t-shirts. His son originally, well, from China, and currently resides in Botswana. Working there. What a life gentleman.
You must just give 2 cards.
Okay, back to the feature table. Kinesh Pather is has got pocket tens again.
He's all in the name, yeah. And Nick, only 2 cards.
Kinesh now up to 354,000, so I suspect it'll be a raise rather than some sort of mad shove. So it's just a smooth call.
Kinesh with tens, and tens have been good at this table.
But he's just called, he hasn't raised that.
Nice, disguising his hand. I actually like some players to do this sometimes. When they got a strong hand, not just to try and disguise it.
Well, balancing, they're balancing the way in which they play so that they don't become too predictable.
You risk, it is a risk because obviously tens can get beaten by exact hands of Nick Zackham and JP Oaks. Because I mean, if it flops Jack high, King high, tens are no good. But it could flop 6 high, then your tens are good.
So all the kings right nearly. So JP has raised it up here to 20, so that's a min click. Mercier is in the tank, he's going to fold, so it's coming back round to Kinesh. Looks like the doc is going to call. No, he's going to... Let's see what the doc does. Pocket tens, he put in 5. Now this is why he floated.
Yeah.
No. I thought that 20. I thought that 20. Yeah, I thought so 20.
And Kinesh is all in.
Oh, did he shove? That was a bit of an over.
Nick Zackham will snap fold here.
They will all snap fold. I wonder why he decided to go all in there.
We'll flip the cameras round to JP, snap folds. JP's not played a hand where he's got any traction at all.
JP has got very unlucky. He's been having one of those not so good card runs.
Okay, so that is the end of the level. We'll be back in 15 minutes and the tables will change out. We look forward to seeing the professionals playing, and Ian will be your host when we return.
Thank you, Gareth. See you back in 15.
Back to the Sunbet Poker Tour. This is day 4 of the second stop, second season. Our first stop on the tour at Times Square in the beautiful city of Pretoria. This is your super high roller. It's the Business Persons Invitational. Before the break, we featured the business persons, and now we have got the professionals on the table, those that are still in. Seat 1, Renette Shimani, 261,000. Seat 2, Ahmed Karam, 1,907,000. Seat 3, Greg Ronaldson, 428,000. Seat 4 is vacant. Seat 5, Mr. Wawi Sun, 1,031,500. Seat 6 is vacant. Seat 7, Darren Kramer, 676,500. And Muaz Ghani in seat 8, 1,965,000. And sitting next to me, my friend, Mr. Ian Young, our compere, comedian, interviewer, presenter, now commentator.
Here we go.
Multifaceted.
So, who's in seat 1 here?
Seat 1 is Renette Shimani.
Okay.
Renette was a professional poker player in Vegas for quite a while.
Really?
After she left South Africa.
Wow.
So it's been raised by Muaz, blind on blind. He's raised King 7 using his big stack.
Muaz has really got a
He's
chip
got a monster
lead.
stack, yeah.
Monster stack.
And she makes the call with the King Queen.
She's having none of that.
As she shouldn't. Play that hand. Flop comes 9, 6, 10. There's a gut shot for both.
What's each in?
Muaz needs an 8, Renette needs a jack.
If he puts her all in here, do you think she...
No, he's not going to put it all in here at this stage. They're way too deep. 36k in the pot. She has 240 behind. So Muaz check. She bets with her 2 overs and her gut shot. Let's see if he floats one with his gut shot.
1907. Hey?
And he folds it, and Renette will take down that hand.
Like in your range?
Muaz having a little banter with her about her range. So interesting that we've got 2 players in the 1.9 million mark. Both Ahmed Karam and Muaz Ghani, best friends of course. So they're the 2 huge stacks at the table. Nice to see Greg Ronaldson in the mix, and of course Imran Bajani needs no introduction. Had a monster year last year with that deep run in the World Series, 33rd. And he's just crowned at Monty the main event champion as well as player of the series.
Yeah.
So he's in rich form as well. He was predominantly a cash player, switched over to tournaments as well last year, and he's really enjoyed his tournament play and done extremely well. Did you see his little antics there in Vegas when he did the ride the pony thing?
No.
Have you not seen
Oh,
that?
and I did see that. Imran, huh?
Yeah, that was Imran, yeah.
Yes, where is that?
Became famous, that's it.
Gonna take my horse to the uptown road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. He really had fun out there. It must
He was
have been
having so much fun, and he said, you know, he felt like he was at his home game, and that's what they do. And showed you how relaxed he was.
And I'll tell you that, Judge.
So Muaz is intimidation from his left.
And do I understand it correctly? Is it freeze out now?
Not yet.
Not yet. One more
Until
level.
7:15 this evening.
Oh, really?
They've got late registration or re-entry. So either late registration, a new team, or re-entry of anybody that has been eliminated.
I'm not intimidated by you.
I think it's chips.
So Imran was the one missing off our list when it was given to us. He's in seat 6. And that is a new stack. Because we did see him bust earlier. And there's a new team there by the looks of things. There was a new player there on the businessman's team. And Rudy, I believe, re-entered. So Mr. Sanya with the pocket 9s under the gun. He's put in the raise. Darren Kramer with ace 9 lets that go. Moas folds 7-6. Renette, King Jack on the button.
Sorry.
Folds that. This player's playing pretty snug now. Armored with King 10 suited though, in the small blind and a big stack. He goes into his customary mode. He looks at his cards, always sits back in the exact same position.
Really? Have you noticed that?
Absolutely.
See now.
He goes into the standard mode. Looks at his card, takes his time, and if you time it, the timing is there, and then he puts in his bet.
You see, and that is
Or his call.
a similarity between all the pros. They all have their demeanor, and they keep consistent with that demeanor.
Yeah, and Greg is folded. So Queen, Jack, 5 full board.
Up and down, straight draw.
Up and down for Ahmed. Mr. Sun has 2 overs. See, Ahmed will take his time and then make his action. Checks to Mr. Sun. Let's see if Mr. Sun continues. He puts in his bet. I don't think he gets rid of Ahmed, yeah.
No, definitely not. Look at all the outs at the top of the screen.
Yeah, any king, any 10, any ace, any 9. Only 1 9 left.
Definitely.
The 9 was folded, and Mr. Sun is holding 2 9s. That would be a sick turn card. Give Mr. Sun the set and give Ahmed the straight. And Ahmed check raises, yeah, and gets
And he
Mr.
gets
Sun
it
to
through.
fold.
Nice.
So checking his option there, Mr. Sun makes the continuation in. Ahmed raises his up and down, so with a lot of equity, and his king, which was an over. Well, was 1 over to the board. He didn't know where Mr. Sun was standing, but yeah, he did have 2 overs to Mr. Sun.
Gets the best hand to fold at the time.
Absolutely. So there it is, 325 big blinds for Ahmed and for Moaz. Wow, sitting really, really deep. So King Queen here for Moaz. Suited, very pretty looking. Puts in the raise, standard raise. Roulette is folded. Armored pocket queens.
Wow. He's really not pulling a move here. He's actually got a monster hand. What does he do here?
He's going to re-raise for sure.
Well, see, not too much because he wants action. He didn't go over the top like 150 or something like that to scare everybody away. He wants King Queen in the hand. Two monster stacks fighting it out here. Oh, he gives it up.
Gives it up quickly.
Good fold.
So the players playing very snugly here. We've seen some tight folds already. Very deep, of course. There's a look across at the businessman's table. Nick Zackham stacking chips. And Rudy's drawn a different seat when he re-entered, because he was sitting between Mark Liffman and Nick Kanoy, and now he's the other side of Mark Liffman.
Ahmed now with 9-7 suited. I like this hand.
Yeah, those of us that play with Ronnie know that that's his hand.
Yeah.
And of course, Antonio Esfandari made that hand famous.
And we saw Who was it in the club championships take down a big pot with that hand? You were commentating with me. Remember the jack came on the river?
Yeah, I'm trying to recall who took down the big hand.
Oh, it was the winner. It was Jaden who took down against Marco with 9-7.
That's correct. So there's the ace for Imran.
Really nothing for Ahmed Karim.
Yeah,
there.
Ahmed was the pre-flop aggressor. So as Imran checked him out of the big blind, he checks. Option on Ahmed. You see what I was saying about going back to the same position, and then he acts. Puts in the continuation. So look at Imran as well. See, they sit with their arms folded across, exact same position. Makes the call. King doesn't change anything. Imran opts to check. Now Ahmed has to decide what to do. He raised pre, got called. Bet the flop, got called. Now the turn has brought another king. He checks back. The diamond gets there, so straight has got there, flush has got there. There's two kings. It's a very, very hectic looking board for ace 4 even, but Imran going to put a protective bet in, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, a small bet.
I wonder if Ahmed can go over the top of him and get him to fold.
Yeah, well, that's what he's going to think. Why is he only betting 8k? Does he want me to come over the top? Or is he putting that protective bet
And
in?
he lets it go.
And he folds it. He's 9 high. I mean,
Yeah.
so he can only way he wins is if he makes a strong move.
And I don't think he's really bluffing another pro of Imran's stature.
Oh, you'd be surprised. They bluff one another all the time.
They do, yeah. But
yeah, but not as easily as what they'll bluff a recreational player.
yeah.
There's a view of the Little Slam. Gareth Duncan has come up from the Cape. Soyan there on the right-hand side. Her partner Lenny in the background. Big Roberto Jutio's there. Ivan Pretorius as well. Ivan Vessels, that's Ivan Vessels. And best player, Vigandas, asking how do these time banks work. Cliffy explaining to him. In the back there, Steve Radloff.
Really good. Yeah, keep going. I'll keep it wrong. I mean, I hope I got a better format before. Must be some form. Maybe pick 2 pros.
So Moaz folded, Renette, pocket 3s.
And then from 17, it's open.
She's folded those 3s from early position.
50-50. 50% price. 50%.
Greg Ronaldson with ace queen. We haven't seen any action from Greg yet.
And finally picking up a nice hand that he can play with.
He raises it.
It's so exciting to see the pros playing against each other.
Yeah, and he's got the fingers of a piano player, and his nickname used to be Fingers.
Oh, really?
Those long fingers of his.
Ooh, Imran with 7-8 suited. This is such a pretty hand.
Imran makes the call.
This is a hand that you can, if it comes like, you know, 10, 9, and the ace, you know, Imran is not going anywhere, and then Greg's not really going to put him on that range. Or maybe because he's in the blinds.
Yeah, he's got that blind range. Darren got out the way from the big blind. There's 4-6. He's got a gut shot. Backdoor diamonds. He checks. See if Greg puts in the standard continuation. Greg checks back because he knows that's the blind range.
Ooh,
There's a juicy one now because he's still got the gut shot and he's got a flush draw, and now Greg has his ace.
Wow,
Imran
Imran
checks.
with a straight draw and flush draw, not going anywhere fast. And now he should bet his ace. Oh, boom! Here it comes.
Greg checked
Flush
the ace,
on the
and
river.
Imran checks the flush. So now Greg, if he decides to bet for some thin value, it's going to get raised. He's going for a thin value bet here with the ace.
And Imran will raise him.
I'm pretty sure Imran will raise this. He goes for 32k. Almost pot.
Now Imran's thinking, how can I get value now? This is what a lot of the pros take time in thinking. He's not thinking whether to call or not. He's thinking, how am I going to get a maximum amount of chips from Greg?
See what the size of the raise is.
See, that's a nice raise.
95K.
You don't shove, you don't go all in, you don't make it 500 or 400. Just like a nice raise that you want to get called, so it looks like a bluff, like I want to get you out of the hand, maybe.
Tough for Greg to call there. There's a possible straight there, there's a flush there. Any two-pair combo beats his ace.
Oh, he lets it go.
Good fold by Greg.
Wow, good fold, Greg.
And he controlled that pot.
Nice. Jiminy Crickets, that was good. Nice one, Greg. I mean, let's go of ace-queen there, hitting his ace on the turn. I mean, what did he put Imran on that he folded?
Well, like I
obviously
said,
put him on the flush.
The straight was there, flush was there, possible two pairs there. There's Darren Lipman has jumped in there by the looks of things. This is your little slam. There's big Carl Snyman next to Leon Reddy. And Suarez up from the Cape as well.
There we
Agai
go.
Dayani. Sort of who's who. There's Soyan. That's Lenny's partner. He's on the other table.
You can see this room really filling up for the little
Yeah,
slam.
nicely filling up. There's Anton Bauer, Sheldon and Crevier. There's Robert Kali, Naim Lam, Lydia Broodryk, Abdul Essa. Sure, just run through all the names. Leonard Deprier.
Got some really good players in the room today, let me tell you.
And when I looked earlier, and that was quite a while back, there were already 72 entrants into the little slam.
Really, hey?
Yeah, so that number's going to climb quickly.
Definitely, we're going to get well over 100, I'm sure.
Yeah, did you go and say hello to Ronnie and Nolene?
Yes, I did.
Okay, cool, so did I.
I already saw Ronnie trying to make a big bluff on the river there at one of the hands. He got caught, unfortunately.
So Ahmed is raised with the Queen 7 suited from early position. Haven't seen Darren play a hand yet. Darren enjoyed the poker bet team's win last night. He was celebrating with them, and when you did the interview at the end, I saw you interviewing Darren as well.
Yes, yeah, that was so fun.
So what did Darren have to say to you? Because the sound was cut off on the inside, yeah?
Was that this?
Yeah, that's Darren Kramer.
He was saying that he was on the rail, he was supporting him the whole way, and then at one stage he walked away because Jaden was so low stacked, and then when he came back he had a huge chip stack and then got basically excited all over again. He's like, come on Jaden, you can do this. But first walked away, he's like, oh, Jaden's going to be out soon, and then come back and he's like, oh wait, no, you can win, go, go, go.
You see, Darren hasn't played a hand yet. He's VPIP low there, and Ahmed the most active on the table. And there's really doing his normal thing, playing online while he's playing a super high roller at 125k in buy-in. He's done a bullet, and he's probably playing a tiny little game online.
Yeah, wow. I always say that that's why Rudolph probably doesn't like the feature table, because he can't play 3 games at once.
Who you getting today?
Imran folds round to Darren. So let's see if Darren opens the button. Yeah, no. Staying very smug. Moa's on his left. 3 do suited. He gives Renette a walk.
There we go. Both of them had pretty bad hands.
Yeah. There's Gary up on the viewing gallery area.
Looking like Tiger Woods in his red shirt and red collar shirt.
Gary will tell you a story about Tiger Woods, that he got Tiger Woods' signature for
yes, yeah,
for Shelley.
We spoke about that, yeah. And I mean, I was just, did you watch the Tiger Woods documentary?
I have not, as of yet.
I will talk about that after this hand.
So Greg here with pocket 8s, 2 snowmen. He lost minimal in that last pot to
Yeah, he really made a good fold. So Greg, a player to watch out for, obviously.
Greg's an extremely accomplished player. He took a smaller hiatus, got married, got 2 children, obviously in the business world.
Oh, action, lights, camera, action. Ahmed picking up ace-jack suited.
Seeing goes into his familiar pose back.
Yeah, you're right about that. Hey?
Will take his time.
I like that. He's like very cool, like cool as a cucumber, and just analyzing every move he's going to make. It's completely masterful.
Just makes a flat call. It's one spade for him only. So the eights of Greg are good, yeah. Ahmed checks. Greg checks back.
Oh, lights, camera,
Well,
action.
that's an action card because brings Ahmed the nut flush draw. It's only one overcard to Greg's eights, and Greg has a gut shot to a straight.
Yes. I mean, the 5 of spade would be something, an action card. He's got a bet now. I would actually put it in here.
No, they're way too deep to put it in. I mean, Greg's got 356k behind pot's 33.
Karen, just let us know.
No, you used to the club games where you're very shallow. You don't need to put it in when you got that much.
I'm scared of the other spade. I'm like, put it in now, put it in now.
Just look at his chip stack and look at the pot size, and then you'll see that he can't be shoving there. Not at 125k buy-in, you'd be rebuying several times. So Greg has bet 15. Ahmed is to decide now.
I think Ahmed's going to raise.
Whether he's going to raise or just flat call. I fancy that he's going to raise here. He does.
Now Greg
raises to 48.
No, he can't because he's scared of the queen also.
Now playing out of the blinds, there's a lot of blind card combinations there that can make a straight, can make two pair. Queen X can have two pair as well. Greg makes the call because he's got
action river coming up here.
There's a hand on there. Call. You have to give change. 45, 5,000 each. Sorry, my bad.
It's another 7.
So Ahmed does not get there. 8's still good. Is he going to bluff at it?
So the 7's a good card for him to rep because he check raised on the 7. It could represent the 7x2 combination like 7-6, 7-4, even Queen 7.
And he is going to bluff at it. It's the only way he can win the pot. And he bets 1/3 of his stack.
He puts in a big bet. As you said, he bets 1/3 of Greg's stack. Was almost a full pot bet.
Can Greg find a hero call here? I mean, that would be something sick if he calls this. And he calls! Boom!
Great call.
Greg,
Great
what
call.
a call! Oh, man.
Good call by Greg.
We got
He didn't take too much time for it either, eh?
We got a new sheriff in town, folks. Hello.
Told you Greg's a very accomplished player, and of course Ahmed's credentials everyone knows.
I mean, that was just awesome. I mean, he so much beating him.
There's
Queen's
the Super
beating him.
Roller, the team winner. There's the Super Roller winner. The Super Roller team winner.
How
So
is that bracelet?
Oh,
man, that is just sexy and sleek. I mean, you wear that, and it's just so
and
cool.
the camera doesn't really do it justice with the light shining on. You've seen it up close. It looks stunning,
it
eh?
looks absolutely amazing. Who gets that bracelet? The winner
Of the main event.
Main event bracelet. Oh, that is so cool. We are going to crown a main event champion. I can't wait to see who's going to be wearing that.
So it's the Sunday.
How do you pronounce his first name?
Hawaii.
Like the phone?
Yeah.
Does he own? Does he
No, but he's a businessman in Botswana. So he's a Chinese national working in Botswana for many, many years now. And him and Nicholas Zackham, very good friends that always travel together. And they playing in a team here together.
Oh, yes, yeah.
And they ended up first and second at the main event in Grand West at the last stop of the first season of the Sunbet Poker Tour.
Wow, yes, Nick Zackham just taking down wins and trophies.
Yeah, Mr. Sun took the win. They chopped it, the money, and Mr. Sun took the trophy. He had a chip lead on Nick at the time. And because they're best mates, there was no argument even. So raised by Renette from the button.
And putting pressure
Ahmed puts pressure, 3 bets her.
On the short stacks.
Greg folds. Back to Renette.
I think she'll call this.
She's in position. However, her stack size is such that she will get rid of it. She won't like it.
I think she doesn't want to battle the chip leader, you know? Because what is the flop bet going to be if she misses? It's going to be another...
Yeah, well, absolutely.
50, 80,000. So she would be committing half of her stack. And if she hits her ace, she doesn't know where she stands. He might have ace jack, ace 10.
100%. Big pot bringing out there in the outer table. Action on Imran. He folds under the gun.
Ooh, 10-7. Actually, a nice
10-7 suited, but it's under the gun. It's from early, and you see you can wake up into a hand. And there's Darren.
Darren Kramer with pocket jacks. And you know, jacks have been good at this table. The last session, we had quad jacks.
Wow.
And then we also, not so long after, we had a set of jacks. So jacks really doing well at this table.
Was with King Queen. Darren hasn't played any hands, so Moaz will be aware of that. But he raises.
Oh, this is music to Darren's ears.
Yeah, jacks is that iffy in between hand though. You're never happy when you get 3 bet and you've got jacks.
Yeah, because you know that you're now playing with 2. Oh no, cooler of note. Greg picking up queens. Ooh, I'd like to see him just flat call.
He's not flat calling, yeah, he's out of position.
Yeah, but see, yeah, that's where I'm not that pro, because that's probably the wrong move.
You don't want to be flatting and playing out of position. You prefer to be the aggressor here. Puts the time bank in. There comes the 4 bet. Makes it 150 to go.
Jacks is not folding.
I think Darren gets out of the way here with jacks.
No chance. He might put him all in.
Uses the time bank.
Man, what is he thinking about? I mean, what could he have? What did he?
Another time bank.
He's really in the tank about this decision. I mean, like you said, jacks is not a great pocket pair because you can always be beaten by a hand like Moaz with king queen. Just one king on the flop and your jacks.
It's not only that. It's like, what's Greg's 4 betting range there? Out of the small blind. Is he really going to 4 bet with anything that's not beating jacks? He's going to be 4 betting queens, kings, aces, ace king suited.
What?
Yeah, good fold, and was out the way.
Wow.
Good
What
fold
a
by Kramer.
Fold. That is insane. You
Great,
called
great
that
fold.
one. I didn't see him getting away from that one, but well
Absolutely.
done, Darren Kramer. That was awesome. Yes, we got some really hard hitters here. We got some fantastic.
Well, these are the
not
professionals.
I'm not used to these professionals playing so good. This is crazy.
This is next level.
This is next level stuff here. I mean, folding jacks to a 3-bet, not even a shove.
Well, it was a 4-bet. Was a 3-bet.
Okay, well, 4-bet, but it was for 150. It wasn't for his whole stack. I mean, he could have called the raise and seen the flop, but he just knew. He felt something, gut feel.
Yeah, but you must understand the dynamic as well. He still had Moors behind him who had 3-bet him. So if he flat calls there, then sets Moors up, Moors could make a squeeze and go over the top and 5-bet them both.
Yeah.
So, not a nice spot to be in there with the jacks, but a really good fold by Darren.
Greg making a great fold, Darren making a great fold. I mean, this is it. This is the
These are
top
top-class
of
professionals.
the food chain. I mean, top
Absolutely,
of the pack.
absolutely. Top pros.
We got wolves in the streets, lions in the hills.
So Ahmed to the ace-6 suited.
That's a pretty hand. And Huawei's got him out kicked.
And he's made the call. Round to Imran in the big. So no help for either player. Nothing there for Mr. Sun. He's going to check, and you're going to see that Ahmed will probably put his continuation in.
5 of hearts action card.
Puts in the standard continuation. Let's see if Mr. Sun gets stubborn with his ace high.
I think he'll let it go.
You don't know Mr. Sun. He can even check ratio.
Oh, yes.
He gets stubborn. He makes a call.
I'm not used to these pros.
He'll call with the ace high, thinking he could be good against a lot of the range there.
Ooh. Ahmed
Mr.
picks
Sun
up
checks.
a nut flush draw.
Ahmed's equity just increased. You can see there the percentages. Mr. Sun was ahead, but with that heart, Ahmed is now 51 to 49 ahead. Bumps it up to 32, which was half pot, and Mr. Sun will now get out of the way.
There we go.
Nicely played by Ahmed. Good turn card for him.
This is one, the businessman table, just outside the feature table.
The business person's table.
And Nick Zackham playing well there, and Nick Hanoi. Ganesh, Rudolph, JP Oaks, and one of my favorites, Johnny. I call him John Wayne because he made a sick call against Rudolph.
He was on a flush draw, I believe.
Yes, yeah.
That was while I was out the booth. You were sitting in with Gary. So ace queen for Greg again. He had ace queen earlier, didn't win with it.
Yeah, and he hit his ace and he folded, so that was very
top
good.
class.
And the same thing happened was he had ace queen and Imran was in the blinds.
Yep.
So we're back
Exact
to the
same position.
Exact same position. And he raises
No, he
his ace
re-raises
queen.
this time.
Okay, lights, camera, action. Let's see what Imran's got. King 10.
suited.
Greg's got him dominated.
It's the kind of hand the pros love to 3-bet.
What?
Yeah, and he gets ace queen off to fold.
No ways. That was I think that was a...
It's a snug fold.
How much did he raise?
The 3-bet was quite heavy.
Wow, that was... I know, that was 50-50 on that one. I mean, you still have to hit, so it's not a made hand. I understand that. But I think you could have made a call there. Greg not happy that his ace-queen lost twice against the same man, Imran. Look at this poker room. Sunbet, Times Square Casino, Little Slam going on. Little Slam kicking off. A lot of players coming to play this event.
As I said, there were over 72 already when I checked earlier, and that number will have climbed. The strange thing is there was already one elimination, and they're starting with a 300k starting stack, blind levels of 1 hour, and there was already an elimination because
I think
there was one player down.
I think it might have been Ronnie.
It really rebought.
I think so. Maybe I might be mistaken because when I went, his bluff got caught and he was very low.
Yeah, no, but that was before. Could be. So Darren in the small blind. It's folded to him. He just limps in here, does he? Leaves Moaz the option with the king 9. Moaz checks back.
Is this blind on blind action? Yeah.
Jack 4-4. King 9. Moaz still ahead.
Whoever bets first is... And I'm sure Moaz will fold.
Darren bets. Moaz doesn't believe him.
Wow. This is insane. This is proper poker going on right now. Yeah. You can see. I'm not used to... And then he spikes the king.
Was.
No, he checks the king. Well, he rivers an up or down. He's thinking, can we see one more card? Because now I have to bluff. How much do I need to pay for him to go away? How much do I bluff here, or do I just concede? I concedes. Bet fold.
Numbers with his king. Puts in for thin value. And Darren folds. So we're coming up to nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon already.
Wow, yeah.
We had a late night last night.
2 a.m.
Yeah, just quite a bit past 2 a.m. to finish the
But I don't mind
club championship.
As long as we crown a champion, which we did last night. Jaden Cohen, the winner of the club championship and that beautiful floating trophy. Awesome stuff. He played really well. At one stage, he had 1/3 of the stack of Marco, and then took down a monster hand with 9-7 with the straight on the river. And it was an all-in. He shoved, didn't he, Jaden?
Yeah.
On his draw, and Marco called, and he made his straight.
He made his straight, he got his up and down. Quickly folded round to Darren. Jack 7 on the button. Was ace king.
I like, he looks like the owner of a tech company, Moaz, you know, the Apple Watch, the hoodie. It's kind of like Mark Zuckerberg vibes, you know. Oh, boom, he goes all in. And let's see if we're gonna find a call. I don't think so, unless someone's got a really premium. Jack 7, Darren will have to let that go.
Signal, red light, don't call.
Imran saying it's a signal for you, red light, don't call him.
Signal, don't call, red light.
Red light. Don't go, don't go.
Samoa's putting max pressure there with the ace-king at this level.
You were weak, you were behind, they gave you a red light. Serious collusion.
Thank you.
Imran giving the commentary there. Tells Darren you were weak, you were behind, they gave you the red light.
They gave you the red light, don't call, you were behind. The red light obviously means when someone's all in. And Imran making a different use of the red light, saying whenever the red light goes on, you're behind, so you better fold.
Yeah. Giving you a warning signal. There's Mr. Henny Upper wandering into the poker room at the back there. Ace 10 for Annette. Hasn't played too many hands now. The last time she raised, she got 3-bet. She puts in the raise. And Ahmed gives up his big blind quickly.
Hey, Rudolph looks like he's gathered some chips there. Quite a
Yeah, because
nice
he went
stack.
back to a starting stack. It's the son with the suited ace.
I always know how to pronounce the, because there's a comedian that has quite a good joke about the cell phone. He says he's got one, he doesn't know how to pronounce it, but he found out how to pronounce it. It's, you pronounce it how it looks, because you go, wow, eh? Stuart Taylor's joke there.
So Darren Kramer with the ace 10 after Mr. Sun opens. Puts in the 3-bet. Very little flat calling, as you can see with the pros. A lot of 3-betting.
Yeah. There's a lot of action going on here in terms of good folds and 3-betting, folding ace-queen after 3-bet. I mean, you see, like, you know, when we play together, it's the 500 Rand tournaments that we play, we're not folding ace-queen, no matter what.
You speak for yourself. I do sometimes.
Okay, well, yeah.
I'm a little tighter.
Yeah, I'm just 3-bet ace-queen, all in. Sometimes I've made some great folds. I mean, I folded pocket aces on the flop, and I was right. He showed me his hand. He flopped a straight.
There we go. Great fold.
And it was a hand like he must have had 7-5. So I'm like, how did he? I raised, and he called my raise. I'm like, did he call my raise with 7-5? And I thought to myself, well, he could have actually. So I showed him. I said, listen, I'm folding aces, and then he said, good fold, and he said I had the straight. Flipped over his cards, so I was like, yes, good read.
A bit more, 60 I would say, give or take. Soon to be yeah, close to 600.
Action on Ahmed on the button. Folds that. Round to Greg. Small blind. King 8.
See, you always notice the styles. I mean, you can even see a dramatic change from the club championships compared to now. The pros don't move a lot, shuffle a lot, play with their chips a lot, and shuffle in their seat, and it's like a pose that they pick, and they stay there. Look at Imran, arms folded, relaxed, staying like that. He's not shuffling his chips, going crack, 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 crack. Greg the same, and Ahmed the same.
So Mr. Sun 3-bet there, got Greg to fold.
So Mr. Sun, you live in Botswana? Yeah. How long have you been there for?
Long time.
And what got you there to begin with? Business, or you were exploring, or what?
Oh, it wasn't in that time. Kind of in the early stages. I just went for like with a state-owned company doing business there.
Okay.
Then after a few years, I left and to form my own company.
So there was the VPIP. Ahmed on top, then Greg and Moaz, and then lower down Darren.
That's all anyone can ever hope for. That's the most important thing.
Hand number 49 of the day already.
Yeah.
Moaz with Ace King.
Ace King. The babies.
Puts in the raise to 14,000.
One of the strongest hands in poker.
Roulette is folded.
What first-time players don't understand is it's just one of the strongest hands in poker, but it can be beat, and can be beat many times.
Greg folds a 7-6 suited.
So I've been meaning to go talk to you. My dad just wasn't well.
And Moaz takes that hand down.
For example, if the 6-7 called and the flop came 7-7 jack, you know, there we go. That's a perfect example of Ace King getting beaten.
Yeah, Ace King's not a made hand.
Yeah. It's a strong hand, but you want to flop good with it. So you want to hit your straight. So you want to hit Broadway with it, 10, Jack, Queen, or you want to hit King, King, or you want to hit the Ace twice, which has happened, you know. So you got to hit your Ace or hit your King.
So we're coming up almost to the end of this stint as well. And Gary will be moving in. And Chris will be joining him, but you can stay with Gary until Chris comes. So it's raised by Ahmed. I'll just finish out this hand and then Gary will sit in with you until Chris comes.
Why don't we do a three-way? Oh, let me finish that sentence. A three-way commentary.
Because people have rest breaks.
Okay, Gary doesn't want to come in.
So that end is finished, so I'll hand over to Gary and yourself, and Chris will be coming in shortly.
Three-way commentary session.
Okay, thank you.
We did that 2 days ago. It was pretty cool.
Thank you, Mark. I am back, as they say. Been having a little sojourn around the outer tables, and it's rocking. It is rocking and rolling out there with that little slam, which obviously we know is the same structure as the high roller, but for a minuscule price by comparison. So always very popular, and the whole half of the other room is full here.
Yeah,
full.
we saw it there. Look at behind there.
Bursting.
We got a shot. You can see behind the table there. Yeah. The little slam kicking off. Over 70 players.
Imran Bojani, pocket tens. Greg Ronaldson, G-Ron, as he's better known, raises it up. Imran looks like, is he raising here? Yep, he's carving out some raising chips.
Pocket 10's been very good for this table. Tens and jacks.
I've been watching the game from the upper stands outside, and they have a TV screen there as well. So I've been observing, and tens have been quite a regular sort of appearance.
Yeah. Greg folding again. Ace-7. He folded ace-queen earlier. See, I'm beginning to think, is he making too many folds? I mean...
Well, Greg Ronaldson has a very rich poker history in South Africa. Very well respected. And I believe that Greg has taken the temperature of the table, and he knows when to hold them and when to fold them, as Kenny Rogers once said.
Yeah. Know when to fold them. You gotta walk away.
That's a nice picture, eh?
Yeah, very nice.
It's kind of the whole glow on the top of the table, and then underneath
it looks like snazzy.
Yeah, it's almost sort of no. The kind of a science fiction look to it, like it's just landed, you know. Greg Ronaldson again, so he's going to get back on the horse here. 8,000 a call. He's never just flat calling here, of course, under the gun +1. And he raises it up. Mr. Huawei Sun, sporting his Ukrainian colours. Round, but Johnny has already folded. Round to DK Kramer. Wozgani gets out of the way. And run it. With Queen 10 suited in the big, I suspect she might defend here.
She might. I think she should call this.
Yeah,
let's take a flop.
She might just defend, and she could possibly raise. What are her holdings? 245,000. So she's not flush with chips, but she's certainly going to have a look.
Yeah, that's a beautiful hand to defend with.
Yeah, I think I would certainly be having committed already quite a few chips to the middle.
Oh, and she flops best.
There you go. Queen 9-4, 2 hearts. Huawei Sun with the only heart in play amongst the players. Action with Run It.
Did she check? Nice. She wants these boys to bluff at this flop. And Huawei will oblige. And she's going to be loving life right now. She's like, yes, finally I can get some chips. Unless he floats and spikes an ace.
So
Greg will get out of the way.
Smooth call with the queen. Six is pretty much a brick. Yeah, pretty much a brick.
I would love to see her check again. Oh, she checks again.
Yeah, deception.
Nice, Renette.
And let's see if Huawei Sun is having a nibble at this bait.
He'll check back. He knows she must have something.
And she'll need to come out of hiding now. She won't like that 9 in case Huawei Sun was calling with second pair.
Yeah. I love her intensity, staring him down, really trying to
scare him.
Yo, look at that look. Wow, that's a poker face if I've ever seen one. He's like, I dare you to call me.
Bet 36,000. Huawei Sun with absolutely nothing here.
She had a Jason Statham look about her. Like, all right, you want to call me all the way to the river, do you? Well, how about this bet? I'll bet 40,000. Huh? You gonna call me now? No, I don't think so. Take down the put.
Was it your Jason Statham impression?
Yes, it was.
That wasn't too bad.
There we go. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it wasn't too bad. As a man who's spent a lot of his years in London. Cool blimey.
Hey, there we go. And you're English, so that's a compliment coming from you.
Nice of you to notice. You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off.
I mean, it's so crazy to see this for me because I mean, I was commentating on the club champs last night, and I was saying to Mark, you can see a total difference in the posturing. I mean, you can see the pros; they'd never play with their chips. I mean, in the club champs, everyone's like up, down, left, right, stacking them in different ways. Imran, Greg, don't never touch their chips, like play with them. They composed, have a pose, folded arms, and they just sit like this and wait.
Watching.
To pounce.
Watching.
Watching their prey.
Absorbing the information.
Yes. There we see Ahmed doing it every time.
Yep.
Looks at his cards, chills back, looks at everything, how people touching their chips. Did people like their hand? Watching all the other players, picking up everything.
So you'll notice that the blinds have just gone up. 4,000, 8,000, 8,000 on the big blind ante. 20,000 Spondulics in the middle.
That's the eye of the tiger right there. Eye of the tiger. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun.
Come on, Rocky, you gotta do this, man. You gotta go. Listen, I haven't been training a long time, but you know, I will take it down.
Who's that Yogi Bear?
That was
Sly.
I was trying to do by Sylvester Stallone.
So Huawei starting with the suited one gappers here. Under the gun, so gets a shot of those. Imran folds round to DK. He gets out of the way. Ronit will be next to act, as Moaz is not at the table. So suited connectors here in the club variety.
This is actually my favorite hand. 19 suited.
Well, Ahmed has picked himself up a couple of Broadway cards here. Ronit raised to 16. It seems to be the standard raise, so let's see if he responds with a smooth or a foot or a call. Decides to smooth call and have a look.
I got my money on 9-10 winning this hand because it's my favorite hand.
Okay, well Giron still to act. In the big blind, soldiers in the field. Decides to get out of the way. And he's going to let Ahmed and Ronit fight this one out. Good luck to the two players. And there's the jack.
Damn.
There's the jack.
I was wrong.
Ahmed first acts in the small blind. He's going to check it for deception. Back to Ronit. Ronit might put in a continuation bet here. That's 48 in the pot, maybe 30, 25 maybe.
She'll
Or
check.
she may just shut down and check it back.
Oh, she's reaching for chips.
Got
Look
to
at
tell
this.
the story.
Here we go. Here we go.
So Ahmed continues with top pair. That ace will slow it down. 3 diamonds on board. Flush backdoors are coming in here. No player with a diamond, as we can see, but certainly be able to rep check check. So the check. The flag goes up. On its ticking. She checks back.
That's
We'll
the
go
look,
to the
look you have when you thinking.
2 pair for Ahmed, but he'll be fearful if there's a diamond out there. I think.
Oh, she's reaching for chips.
No, she's just having a little riffle.
Checking to see. Ooh, I like that. Reaching for chops and then looking to see his reaction.
He's not acted yet. And that's a fold.
That's the look. Where is my husband? Is he still at the pub?
And Ahmed with the better hand, but those 4 diamonds slowed the action straight down, and Ron unable to respond once Ahmed put some chips in the pot there. Nice hand, well played, sir. Unlucky, Ronnie. So what I want to know is, Ian, continuing from our conversation previously.
Yeah.
Did you do any clown training?
Client training?
Clown.
Oh, clown
Like
training.
your entertainment in your circus school.
I actually have done a little bit of that. So
Did you have to wear the big shoes and the red nose? That's all I want to know.
No, nothing like that, no. So the clown training is actually very advanced. That's like, how do you say, advanced level at the end, because they say you should only put on the clown shoes and the makeup and the dress, as we saw the Cirque Dairy, when you know how to move and to make people laugh with just your body.
Okay.
So the first thing that they do is you got to like get on stage, and you've got to not speak, and you've got to get your first
line
laughs,
or something.
something where you solve it, and clowning is solving a problem in a funny way.
Okay, you pass me a piece of paper.
So basically, you know, like Mr. Bean.
Yeah, I got it. He's very amusing.
Yeah, so you'll notice there's always a problem that he has to solve. So that's the first lesson. So they give you a problem and solve the problem and make the audience laugh. Only when you 3 years, 4 years down the line and you've mastered that, then you get to put on the costume.
Ah, so it's like a big story then.
Yeah.
Sure.
And how's this? The clowns in the Cirque du Soleil are the highest paid performers.
Is it?
And more than double the other performers.
Oh, wow.
Because it's such a psychological thing to study, actually, because also what they do in your second year, they make fun of your appearance, and they say you've got to be happy with your look. So if you are fat, they implore you to make fun of yourself. And they say if you've got a big nose or big ears, you've got to make fun of that and make use of that.
Okay, I think between the two of us, we can do big ears, big nose, or fat. We'll let the audience make their own mind up, because we've got faces for radio, of course.
Hey, speak for yourself.
Oh, no, you're an actor, aren't you? Sorry, I forgot. Are you acting now, or are you Ian now?
I'm Ian.
Oh, yeah, that's nice to meet you, Ian. Tell me when you're out of character.
Okay.
I quite like your Yogi Bear impression. That was good.
Oh, no problem, no brother, you know.
Right, back to the action. Aces and eights, aces and sevens. Was Ghani with the suited, ace-7. There's been a raise to 19,000. Huawei Sun has come along and defended his small blind, and it's folded round. So two players.
Lights, camera, action.
Top two, two pair here for Was.
Wow.
And of course the ace-8 for Huawei Sun. So both of them got a large portion of.
Yeah. I mean, 8 on the turn will just be something sick.
Yes, it would be pretty fun.
Huawei's not going anywhere.
No, he'll call.
He might even raise.
I don't know that he raises, but let's see. He's digging deep, so. Yeah, so
call there. Good call.
Smooth call. Another 9, so two pairs on the board.
So now they have the same hand. Does the 8 play? The 8 plays. So Huawei now ahead.
Currently plays.
There's a check there. Wow.
It'll take a while to work this one out.
Was going to show him I was ahead on the flop.
Yeah. You. So a classic counterfeit hand there. Ahead on the flop. Board pairs up with 2 9s. And the 8 kicker. It's very unusual to see that, by the way. It doesn't often run out that way.
Look at the little slam. Look at all the players. Everyone gambling. Loving it. Trying to spin up their stacks.
Almost the fold.
The Little Slam is a really awesome event. You get to play with a lot of great players. I'm sure we'll have the Little Slam at the feature table maybe tomorrow sometime. But right now, it is the Super High Roller, 125,000 Rand. We at Times Square Casino. We've got the pros at the table. Trophy up for grab. Take it. It's yours. Oh, I almost got weirded out there because for a second I looked at the screen and I saw you sitting there and I was like, bup, 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 bup. How did you do that? I thought it was live for a second.
Now you see me.
Now you
Pocket Kings for Hawaii.
Ooh. Now we've got action. We've got confusion at the round table, sire, because we've got two kings in the hole for Huawei. If someone picks up a hand, we are going to see action.
Well, Darren's certainly not going to be playing these, I don't think.
Oh, he didn't get any action on his kings, eh?
I don't believe it. I have a hand. There's nobody.
he said, I had a hand and nobody called. What the hell? It's always a sad part of poker is when you pick up aces and someone gives you a walk. That's how many times that happened to you?
Plenty.
Yeah, in the big blind, and you're like, okay, it's going around the whole table, and you see everyone folding. You're like, no, 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 no. And then the small one goes, here, have a walk. And you're like, ah.
Shot, bro.
I didn't want one. Please go all in.
Anyway, let the get the ball.
So this lady, Ronit Shamani, has played in the World Series.
I can be tricky sometimes.
I know, she's been tricky with me.
I don't know the race.
I remember you just called with aces and was small blind yesterday. Don't you think I forgot? Don't you think I forgot?
Ronet's giving some table talk there.
Ahmed false. Giron out of the way. Huawei Sun, 5-4 in the cutoff. Randa Imran Bunjani, 10, King 6. Randa Kramer, 7-5. And you'll probably give the walk. There you go.
Have a walk, sire.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
And this is always when someone says, poker's easy, eh? And you're like, no, just one or two hands out of the 500 are easy. It's easy when no one picks up a hand and everyone folds.
If it was easy, everybody would be doing it.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Or when you make a bet on the flop.
We got Mr. Danny, our guy's brother, Diani. This is Howard Lipman. This is Ricardo Tawal. The Silver Surfer hiding over here.
There we go.
Kevin Govender. It stuck, that name. I gave it to him about a year ago. Now everybody calls him the Silver Surfer.
Really?
I think he likes it.
Yeah.
It's a good handle.
I think it's a cool name.
And the Silver Surfer was, of course, or still is a superhero.
He's a villain.
In my mind, he's a superhero.
Oh, wait, he wasn't actually the villain, actually, in the movie. He was just at the wrong place at the wrong time type of guy.
If I was going to be a superhero or have a superpower, what would it be?
That is actually a cool question.
You can you can answer first if you want.
Okay, so
but I'm going to write it down in case you duplicate me.
Okay. So if I could choose a superpower, and I've actually thought about this. So, you know, Professor X.
Yep.
He has the power to make people say whatever he wants. You know, so he gets in their mind, and remember, he makes Wolverine say
no.
Yeah, stuff like that. So how cool would that be? I mean, if you go to the airport and you're like, do you have any tickets to Vegas for free? And the chick's like, sorry, no, we don't. Yes, you do. Yes, I do. Here's 2 tickets to Vegas.
Yeah.
Do you have a business class? Can you give me? No, we don't. Yes, you do. Yes, we do.
I like that one.
Yeah.
On my one,
What is
the Invisible Man.
Okay, and why? You got to explain why.
The Invisible Man gets in anywhere, anytime, any place, like Martini. So I could just walk into the bank, dosh up all the money, put it in my skyrocket, walk out, la-di-da, thank you very much, have a nice day, and nobody knows.
Yeah, but
and then you know, if somebody's doing a dirty on me, I just go sit in the lounge and watch them talk about me.
Oh wait, we got it. Sorry, Gary.
No
Action
problem.
hand over here.
Queens and nines.
I want to reiterate on that. We'll get back to this.
There's been a raise to 18,000. Imran is not going to flat call. He's going to raise.
Okay. We might be seeing.
Kramer will leave these back to the dealer. And was Garney. King 10, nice hand on the dealer button, but not getting involved given there's a raise and a re-raise. Action folds round to Ahmed.
We might have a three-way flop here.
Ronit has folded. Ahmed. Oh!
What? Are you kidding?
The ladies that never go out alone.
Ahmed's got queens?
The scary thing is nines could win this.
I know. I mean, imagine a 9-half flop. Oh my gosh.
I mean, to be honest, you know, it's if you look at the percentages and the equities, look at that.
Yes. Oh my word.
And that's obviously based on the cards that have already been folded as well. I think Sun has to take a card here, otherwise we're just going to chop it. No, he's going to fold.
Well, he folds his nines. Now this is interesting.
But it was 4-bet to 115,000.
We've got both of them with the same hands and both of them thinking, I've got you. This is quite a cool hand because if no flushes come, they are chopping.
Yeah, but this is a okay corral shootout, you know, he who blinks first. There definitely won't be a queen.
Oof, almost thought that was a 9.
It would have been sick, wouldn't it?
So can they go around it? No, so they're chopping if none of them fold. But now this is awesome to see how they play the exact same hand and two pros. This is going to be interesting.
And of course, this flop suits pocket queens immensely. 75,000. And each of them are thinking, yum, 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 yum.
Yeah.
No big cards, so the action will continue.
Both
410,000.
Both of them thinking, I've got you.
You do realise they're going to be wasting the next 2 minutes of your life for you.
I know, right? Yeah. Both of them thinking, I'm going to scoop this pot, I'm going to scoop this pot, and then I want to see their faces when they see it's a chop.
So you got your wish. You're going to have 3 people talking at the same time.
There we go.
How's it, Chris?
Gentlemen, good afternoon.
You've come in at an interesting moment.
They're
pocket
both
queens
they got
versus
each
pocket
other.
queens and
They
it's a
both got
chop.
the same hand.
But we're facing off here, seeing who's going to flinch
and Ahmed
first.
really taking his time because he wants to try and get value. How am I going to get the chips in? And Imran probably thinking the same thing. Do you think it's going to all go in on the river? Or even now, it could. I mean, Imran has got 400. He might shove. Oh, he puts him all in. Yeah. Okay.
You noticed he hasn't snapped though.
Yeah.
And you know why he hasn't snapped?
Yeah.
Because he has a very good recollection of Aces v Kings super cooler last night.
Wow.
Between Solly and Ahmed. But now he's looking at what have I got behind? How much in the pot? There's $1 million in the pot, essentially.
I mean, if he folds here, I don't think he will fold.
But he's on his second bullet, so that also is a factor.
Oh, really, hey? So he could fold.
I think there's too much money in the pot.
I mean, if he puts him on kings, I mean, that's what He's putting him in on
All
a
his
overpair.
time backs are in there.
Yeah,
This is going to take a while. He's trying to work it out, though, because as Gary said, you know, the recollection of the hand, the 6-bet jam hand last night, Ace versus Kings, coming into play here. And again, you know, Ahmed has absolutely no natural bluffs here, so the range is actually kind of constricted. So now he's working out. I mean, because he blocks queens, now he's just thinking there are only, what?
2 hands.
2 hands. Yeah. And the way the hand played out...
Well, he's got no 6s here, he's got no 8s here,
Correct,
he's got no
sir.
2s here. So therefore, he has to have the aces, the kings, or the jacks. He's never put them on queens.
No, is he going to fold?
That's possibly...
No way.
He's putting him the test for all his money. That's what he's doing. And as Chris and I have already reiterated, he knows exactly what happened with Solly last night when the aces through the...
No! He folds!
Well played, sir.
Oh my gosh!
Gary, if you also look at that flop sizing,
I
as
can't
well,
believe it.
It was like
perfect,
downsized completely, massive, small down bet to set up the jam on the turn.
Okay, so we're going to lose Ian, Chris. Ian will be back again very shortly. He sat in kindly for you, so you can buy him some fruit gums next time you see him.
Shall do.
You were busy with other things, so thank you for rushing back. We appreciate you.
No worries, mate. That was a quality. I was looking forward to coming to speak to commentate on this table.
Good, good. I'm glad. And
now you can see why, though. Now you can see why I was.
Yeah,
excited.
I think the table's been quite interesting. There's an interesting dynamic developing, where 1 second.
No problems. Right, moving on. Darren on the hijack here.
Darren's been pretty quiet, but quiet for all the reasons you know. He's been card dead. In fact, I think this is probably the best hand I've seen from him in about an hour, which is, you know, Kramer likes to play. And,
that he does.
Ronit was also raised a few hands and got re-raised and pushed off a couple of pots, etc. So she's looking for a spot. G-Ron has picked up a few chips, but he's in good shape. He's just plodding away there. I mean, it looks like he's short stack, but he's not. Those are all big chips.
Yeah, 100%. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, a couple of old foes here. I mean, Greg obviously got soldiers in the field. And
that is a interesting flop.
Well, yeah, we got 2 spades on board, of course, and the
gut shot.
the gut shot, and of course a pair of 7s for Darren. Okay, Chris just switching headsets there, put him back on live.
8 of spades on the turn.
Yeah, so interesting development here. Obviously we can see Greg's already got the check mark here. So Darren is drawing dead. Wonder if there's a bit of deception going to come into play here. What do you think? Or is he going to bet it? He's going to bet it. Cross to Darren Kramer. I think DK shuts down here.
Yeah, no, very much so. He knows that hits everything coming out of the small blind.
Yeah,
Sorry, the big blind.
You know, the ace is there as well, of course.
Besides, Greg has all the 5s there as well.
Yeah.
See, you know, the kind of dynamic that would change his hand completely is if Darren had the king of spades in his hand.
Yeah.
From a blocking aspect. So if that was the case and Greg took this line, Darren's clicking back on the turn. Massive majority of the time.
Indeed. Darren's a very good player, very accomplished. He's not going to get frustrated, but I can see by his demeanour that he'd like to pick up a hand. He wants to play some pots. There's been a lot of big pots, you know.
Yeah, he's getting a little bit of FOMO. A little bit of FOMO.
Yeah, he's been on a few patrols, as only Kramer can do. you know, sniff around, have a look around. I'm surprised he hasn't come visited us.
It's a great shot of the outer tables of the little slam, filling up nicely.
Bursting at the seams, my friend. Bursting.
Yeah, and that's day 1A.
Just wonderful, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Imran Bujani, and as I said, Imran is returned to the table. He's on his second bullet, which is a factor.
Very much so.
Even though these guys are carrying a good bankroll, I'm sure.
Yeah, but you don't want to be going firing multiple bullets because it's going to hurt.
Well, $250,000 for 2 bullets, which in my book would be a significant amount of money.
Oh, 100%. Over to Greg Arnoldson on the small blind, 9-6 suit.
So is he just completing here? Yeah. Huawei Sun will probably check this back. Yep. And we've got ourselves a pretty nondescript. Let's see who it hits. Well, there's 2 hearts. Nothing at all for Sun. So Greg will bet and Sun will fold, and that'll be the end of that.
Easy game.
Pretty standard. So, but just look at the outer table. You're looking at stacks, and looks like Mark Liffman's got a few things going on there. No big chips that I can see. Big Johnny, he's got quite a good stack of blues there. And I think Nick and Noy, if they're not blacks, no, I think they're blacks, not blues. And the Doc looks like he might be shortish, but certainly not in the danger zone.
Okay, I mean, at the current level, and considering what the chip stacks are, there's still room for so much play.
Oh, crikey, yeah, this is going to go on a wall.
That's great, though. That's great.
Yeah, it's nice to see some top quality poker. I mean, we discussed the contrast between the clown show last night and today.
No.
I mean, it's night and day, you know?
Yeah, I know. Jeez, I'm not going to lie. If I had the chance to sit in this table right now, I'd be bursting at the seams because my mind will just be racing in 10,000 different directions. You can really put yourself to the test, though, you know, your abilities.
Of course.
Ahmed, ace-9 on the cutoff. That's ace-9-0.
That's why I enjoy international poker, traveling. I love it. Because you have no idea who you're sitting down with unless they're famous, of course. But,
yeah.
You know, you'd be sitting next to a guy who's got 3 bracelets and 4 million in earnings, and you have no idea who he is.
Exactly.
You know, but that's good because you just treat him like another punter. You know, rather not be fearful.
Yeah. Looks like Mr. Sun.
With the magic carpet.
That's called, yeah.
Fandiari's favourite hand, 9-7 suited. There we go, 8-9 king rainbow. So both of them get a piece of this. No clubs, unfortunately, for Sun, and top kicker for Ahmed. Checked by Sun.
Ahmed always so methodical, huh?
Yeah, same. Yep, this will be just a call.
To the turn we go.
Mr. Sun not ready to give up yet.
Picks up a gut shot to boot. Go along with that 9 of his. Doesn't really change much in Ahmed's mind, I think.
I mean, backdoor diamonds are in play, but certainly he's got 1 diamond in his hand, so he checks it.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. And Ahmed's ace kicker will play. I think he might want to seal the deal by maybe betting or just accept the free check back. I'd like to see a bet on the river. 86,000 a pot, something around 32. Just a little pay me. Nope, he checks it back. And Ahmed will pick up 51,000 for his troubles. Well done, Ahmed. Unlucky Huawei. And that's a hand 63 of the day.
Yeah, I mean,
motoring along nicely.
The look on Ahmed's face there, you know, I think he's just realised that he's missed the street of value there.
That's what I said, but it's easy when you're sat here because you can see it all.
No, 100%. I mean, you know, looking at his facial expressions, you know, he gave a little bit of a nod, a little smirk, and he was like,
yeah, I might have got him to pay a little bet there.
A little bit more. I mean, if you had to go for that basically quarter sizing like you suggested, I think he does get a little bit more, but again, like you said, we're sitting there and they're sitting here.
Yeah, it's not so easy. So Ron is still the big winner of the table since she came to the table.
That has been suffered.
Ahead. The money going the other way is, of course, Darren Kramer's son. Nice graphic, thank you, GFS guys.
Well,
and the aggression frequency. No surprise to see Ahmed with 50% there. And Darren Kramer with nothing to fight with, frankly, because he should be featuring mid to upper table there normally.
Oh, he's coming. Don't count Darren out yet.
Well, the ammunition boxes need to arrive because he's got nothing to fire.
Well, I guarantee you the reinforcements will be around soon.
Incoming. Even they said is send reinforcements, we're going to advance. But when it got there, it said send reinforcements, we're going to advance. Chinese whispers.
No.
True story. Pocket nines for Kramer. First hand he's had. Look at it. Look. First hand I've had. Check. He won 4,000. What's wrong with you? I mean, come on. I mean, that's fair.
Sunrun begins. Speaking of Sunrun, how did Mr. Gold finish last night in the team tournament?
He didn't do too well. He got it in good, as I recall. I think he suited Broadway cards and just got outdrawn, as I recall.
Because he came back from
He did okay.
3 big blinds to make the money.
But by the time he had any cards, it became very flippy. You know, so it was kind of the writing was on the wall. He needed to spin it up, you know, ASAP, or otherwise he was gone.
Yeah, 100%.
Got it in ahead, as I recollect. I could be wrong. And was outdrawn. Nice chap. Saw him in the hallways outside and said, "How's it?" Told him that his secret about his wine guns was safe with me and the whole of the engineer. Well, he's not here today, so he's probably in trouble with the missus. So Sun has got ace queen here offsuit in the cutoff. Sizing around 18, I think. 21, so 18 to 21 is standard fare at the table. Kramer resumes normal service. Small blind to go in the muck. There was this, nope, he says I'm going to be disciplined, I'm not going to defend with 3-2 suited, and some will pick up the 20k at 10 money. Of course, that is the 8 for the big blind, the 8 for the ante, and of course the 4 for the small blind.
So are we going, well, what level would we going to next?
That would take some investigation into my file of many files.
It's the top secret file. That's all the docs, all the exclusive documents.
Yeah, this is where I keep my list of friends. It's not a big file. Mystery Bounty. This is the next one. See, super high roller. We're currently on 8 and 4. So we're on level 9 at the moment. Here.
Yeah.
And
5 10. Yeah.
Next would be 5 10. Yeah. And I'm looking for the registration period here. Re-entry closes at the end of level 11 on day 2.
Right.
So we've got essentially 2 more 50-minute levels before registration closes. So a little bit of time for people to rock up. I mean, if you do lift up your mattress and if the Nigerian chaps have been in touch, you may have found all that money. Sorry, we're continuing the theme. We were talking about a Nigerian chap who sold some prince an airport in Nigeria.
Oh, yeah, that didn't exist. Well, commend him. I mean, got to commend him though, huh?
I said, you know, I mean, I've worked in Nigeria, and it's their biggest issue is corruption, fraud, and scams, and all the rest of it. But I think everybody in the country has had at least one text saying that they've inherited or whatever. So anyhow, King Jack for Amit, Queen Jack for Huawei, and the Jack on the flop, of course. Ahmed continues on a little bit of a heater here. Interestingly, that it's the same 2 guys and it's the same kicker problem.
Yeah. Oh no. Let's see. The hand's not over yet. Things could sway Mr. Sun's favour. You never know.
The sun may shine upon him.
Yeah, Gary, you only allow one dad joke a day. Can't utilize all the terrible ones. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you know.
It's good though. It means you're awake and you're sharp.
Dad, do you know what an eclipse is? No, sorry.
There you go.
I know it's old, but we got a new audience today, you know. It won't be long, the dolphin jokes will be out soon as well.
Right, so Ahmed picks up a flush draw to go along with his top pair, top kicker, Mr. Sun.
This is a very coordinated board now. Sun is literally flailing around here with a pair of jacks.
All right, three of clubs.
That is absolutely no help either. The jack will come into play again for the club flush. And it's whether or not, I mean, Ahmed just might check this back. I'm fearful that Huawei Sun has got a bigger club. You know.
I do think though.
You can give Huawei the suited aces here, you know the ace tens.
Not necessarily the way the hand played out though. After that check calling flop and check turn.
Yeah, I think he's cool all the way. So Ahmed's Ahmed's repping, so I don't think Huawei Sun.
That's a great size bet though, because it's yeah,
oh,
it's so marginal. You know, like how often is Ahmed randomizing there in regards to?
How often is he bluffing there?
Yeah.
With a small comes in a bit. Yeah, if he wanted to get Huawei Sun off that, he'd bet big.
Correct. Again, another one shipped to Ahmed.
And it continues. What is the time? 25 to 5 in the evening.
How's this day flown, huh?
Yeah, I think it helps starting at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, no, look here. I mean, I didn't get the greatest amount of sleep, but I got to sleep nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, I got to sleep when the cock was crowing and the flipping sun was coming up.
Reminds me of my younger days, Gary.
Back on the farm.
That's it, yeah.
Do you know what I miss the most apart from my wife? Is my doggies.
Yeah, I know. Don't get me started on that, Gary. You know exactly what my circumstances are.
Yeah. I know.
I never get to see my dog again.
Trying to rub it in.
That's okay. No hard feelings, Mike. Over to Greg.
G-roll. In the
Ace Jack off. UTG. Let's see what he opts for. Mr. Sun wakes up with ace queen suit. Let's see if you get this one right, Gary. What's the 3-bet size?
I think he goes for 53, 52, somewhere around there.
So anything between 2.8 and 3x.
I actually think that's a bit low. Maybe he's trying to keep him in. What was it, 17? So sort of min clicks 34. Yeah, just over. That should keep G-Ron around.
So Greg's trying to work out exactly what's going on with that sizing.
Yeah, he's smelling a rat here. He would have probably more often than not called if he'd have actually sized up a bit.
But he gets away from it regardless. Well played, Mr. Sun. I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit weird not hearing Mawaz talk as much as he normally does.
It was. He's a good man.
He's an absolute legend. So I met Mawaz many moons ago. When I say many moons ago, I mean many moons ago. And he started to play cards when I was still dealing. First game he ever played was a 2-4 cash game. And look at him now.
You know, the thing I like about Wells is his knowledge of cricket.
Yeah, nice.
He's like a flipping walking encyclopedia. He loves it as well. I mean, and a nice guy. I mean, I can say recently married. That's probably not recently anymore, but you know, settled down nicely. Yeah, a lot of these youngsters, in my mind, I mean, I include you in that, by the way. They get married, settle down, have some kids, and Gio Zanetti's another one. You know, I don't know, just like I've watched them grow and evolve, you know, and it's nice to see.
Evolution at its finest.
Yeah. We're keeping Kramer up, obviously. Pocket nines didn't seem to wake him up. We have to upgrade. Just typing into the dealer now what we should give him next. I'm suggesting a nice ace, king, ace, queen hand. If he does give him that, by the way, I promise you there's no communication
Yeah, no.
with the dealer.
If that happens, I'm walking out, huh?
Yeah, too spooky. You know, we were trying to work out when late reg was still. It's written on the schedule. It's written here. What a numpty. Okay, queen, queen, jack. While his son picks it up at the on the turn.
See what Greg opts to do here.
Checks it. Bet fold, bet fold. With absolutely zero equity for showdown here.
Did he say yes? You got it.
Careful how. Hold on. Here.
Then we close it off.
Yep. So this is due to run 3 days, I believe, anyhow. So it would be nice to see some of the little slam people on the feature table. That would be nice.
I'm sure they'll get around to it. Huh?
Yeah, because yesterday, I mean, I think I'm repeating myself here, but I pride myself on knowing 70 to 80% of the poker players in South Africa. Obviously through the job as well. We had a table and I knew nobody. It's crazy.
What's it first?
Well, I knew 2 names.
Are you slacking or?
Obviously not studying enough. So the ace queen that I ordered for Kramer has gone to the wrong address.
I think it was at 5s, but you opted to fold as well.
That's very snug, Mars. Kings
Greg
for
picks up
Ronaldson.
kings.
So this could be an interesting battle royale here. I mean, these two know themselves know each other very well.
Not chop leader, because I have 12 people messaging me that I have 12 million chops. I don't have 12 million chops. I have fucking 112k.
Up to 66.
Right, so Greg opts for the 3.5x 3-bet here.
Sun out the way. Back to Ahmed. Ahmed will put it into the Kareem computer.
I like that.
Yes.
I like that.
Chug away there.
Owned by the Kareem Corp.
That's the one.
Patent pending.
Tick, 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 tick. 3-bet at 66,000. Ahmed 49,000 to call. What do you reckon? I reckon smooth.
Yeah, just because, I mean, position's a big thing as well. We also want to see how Greg plays his kings out of position as well. Again, kings versus ace queen, that's a hand can play itself.
Mind you, I haven't said it's G, Ronnie, because he could fold it. People would say I'm mad saying that, but he'll have a lot of respect for Greg's 3-bet here.
I do opt he goes for a flat though. He mixes a lot here.
I think in terms of a bit of balance, I think a smooth is cool.
I don't know.
Okay, misstep across to Ronaldson. 5-bet jam. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, he mixes a lot there.
So Ahmed with the 1 over.
Right, let's go. Queen 6-3, 2 spades.
2 spades, spade on the turn or an ace.
Brick, 9 of clubs, to the river we
ace
go.
or queen. Boom.
Bang. Greg gets the clean double.
And he'll pick up about 557,000 for his trouble.
That's dangerous, Greg, with chips.
Yeah, that's a problem. He's over the $1 million mark now.
We need to give you guys the things back.
That hand, I got to say, I thought Ahmed's 4-bet essential shove was very aggressive with his holdings. I mean, who am I to criticise? I'm not. I'm
Again,
just saying, if I'd have been said that, I don't think I'd have had the nuts to do that.
You know, from a table dynamic aspect, you look at it as Greg knows that Ahmed is capable of opening extremely wide on the button. And in this case, Ahmed obviously did not open extremely wide, and obviously Greg had king. So clicking back by Greg, you know, would be pretty much the standard thing, especially in that spot. But Ahmed, again, you know, pulling the trigger, like you said, representing that he has a monster, but unfortunately Greg ran into it as well. So,
yep. All right, well, as you can see, that big red square on the TV says it's time for those who do to go and do. And it's time for me to bid you goodbye. And you're the lucky one, you get to see the businessmen for an hour when you come back. And that's a pretty hectic table. So Chris and I'll sign off for 15 minutes.
see you guys in a bit.
And we'll be back shortly.
We're back from the break.
Yeah, Chris, I'm rejoined you here for the next session, and we've changed out the table. The business people are back on.
Yeah. I mean, let's just run through a quick little chip count. So let's start in seat 9 with Nick Zackham, 874,000. Kanesh Panther in seat 8, 214,000. Nick Anoy, that looks like 1.122 million, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Rudolph Ferry, 718k. Mark Lithman, 667,000. Remy, our French international, has got, is that a million?
Yeah, just over a million.
Just over a million. JPX, 145k. And Johnny in seat 1 with 1.196 million.
Yeah, so a few shorter stacks now, Kanesh and JP. So they're going to have to negotiate their way through this. We have late registration, ends at 18:45. So that's the end of re-entry or late registration if any team still wanted to join.
No, for sure. I mean, a lot of the chips have been moving around, as you can see. And this should make for an interesting session.
Should be a very interesting session.
So kicking things off.
Nick is raising with the mystery cards to 95k.
And Remy has just decided to flat.
Queen 10 suited, and he flops 2 pair.
It's Queen Ace 10, 2 hearts.
Blinds are now 5,000, 10,000, big blind ante of 10. So the pot's quite inflated for that. There was a big raise by Nick after Remy limped.
95,000.
Bad flop. Got jacks.
Looks like Remy scoops that one.
He does. Nick says it's a bad flop for me. They tell him jacks, and he says yes. We'll have to believe him because we can't see.
Better than that. 2 pair. 2 pair.
See a couple of comments there on the side. Jason Hoffman put in one there.
Yeah,
Must
what's
be
up,
from
Mark?
earlier.
Yeah, he says, what's up, Mark? Awesome commentary. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, Jason, good friend of ours. Doing very well, thank you. Hopefully we'll see him in 1 or 2 of the events. That little slam has filled up nicely, over 100 entries now.
That's quality.
And Gareth Duncan had a very early double up. He made quad 8s versus aces full.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
He flopped a set, so did the aces. They turned a jack to both have a full house because it was ace, jack, 8 flop, and he rivered an 8 for quads.
Oh, the money going on the turn or the river?
On the river, all of it.
Oh, wow.
So he got a big double up.
Oh, wow, Gareth. Must be nice to run that good, my man. Yeah, I was actually bumped into Gareth this morning. For those who don't know, Gareth is coming from Cape Town as well. He runs a couple of games up that end, which is quality. Massive turnouts every Thursday night. So if you're in Cape Town, feel free to hit up Gareth.
Yeah, the concept crew.
And yeah, no, he was telling me that he unfortunately had to endure the bubble pain
at Monty.
But again, you know, him making quads could be a sign of good things to come.
Absolutely. So on a 3-4-6 board, Remy has flopped the up and down, yeah.
And the flush
Nick
draw.
has got the 5 with the flush draw.
Nick's got the 5 flush.
He's got the same up and down, but he's got the flush draw to go with it. So Nick will be enjoying that flop. Pretty sure he's going to put some money in. Yeah, and I see with Gareth, they came up this morning together, Riyad Salman and Suarez.
Yeah.
Shamik Suarez. Had the pleasure of playing with both of them quite a bit when I was down in Cape Town. I went to 3 of Gareth's games. It was a lot of fun.
Big turnouts, huh?
Yeah, nice turnouts. He runs a decent club and he's moving premises now.
Yes, so I heard.
Yeah, he's moving in with his suits office and he's putting a nice bar in with a mixologist and a kitchen with a chef and the whole lot.
No expenses spared.
Yeah, it's going to be very nice. So a lot of time being taken, yeah. 65k for JP to call. He's got bottom pair.
JP looks like he's jamming.
Oh, he's jamming it. He's actually ahead here, believe it or not.
Yeah.
But the monster draws for the others. You can see by the percentages.
That's interesting though, because if Remy just opts to flat, Nick is, indulged to jam it all in, and is going to get Remy to fold as well. So this could be a fun hand.
Remy asked, if I call, can Nick raise?
Also, you see that is interesting from an informational aspect.
1-1-5.
No, 1-1-5.
Now Nick's automatically thinking, does he have a monster? Or does he not?
And Nick makes the call. So a lot for JP to fade here. The 8 is a safe card for him. See, his percentage has moved up now to 47%. Now Nick moves all in to isolate.
Remy in the tank gets away.
Remy gets out the way. So JP's going to be very happy to see that he's actually ahead here.
Yeah, but it's still, the equities are still pretty close.
Yeah, 53 to 47. He's only marginally ahead.
One card to come. I mean, Nick's form has been amazing. Let's see if he can find something here. And he does.
And he finds the straight.
And he does. GG JP Oaks.
Yeah. You see, there's still re-entry period if JP's going to jump back in.
Bring a Rolls Royce when you've got one.
8-4-5.
You can see Rudolph multi-tabling.
Yeah, as always. I think JP's going to jump back in.
Might.
I heard that he may because he was short stacked.
Consider a fresh start.
So he faded everything till the river, but there was just so many outs for Nick.
Yeah. It's the one time when too many out syndrome actually comes into play.
It actually helped him this time. I mean, it was
First time I see
any 2, any 7, any club,
The
any
world.
queen.
The world.
He had queen eye.
Yeah, but he had flush and straight draw.
I'm really giving Nick a bit of flack. You had queen eye, man.
Over to Mark, under the gun.
Makes for good TV, Nick.
Into the muck they go.
Really, it makes for good TV, Nick. Made for great TV when you came in dressed as the ringmaster yesterday, Rudolph.
Very much so.
It really did. It was a whole spectacle.
All right, over to Nick.
So exactly as predicted, JP Oaks coming into seat 4 with a 500k starting stack. So a couple of players have done bullets in this event now. Imran has done a bullet, Nicholas has done a bullet, and now JP Oaks has done one.
Right. Johnny has raised it up to 22,000. Over to Remy. Opts to make the call with the one gapper 8-6 suited.
Yeah, I mean when the button raises you and there's no small blinds vacant, I think it's a pretty standard defense.
5-5-3. Rainbow. Remy checks and John opts to continue for 25k bet.
There's nothing there for Remy there on that flop.
See, Remy might be indulged to float a street here as well.
Float
Turn
for
some
backdoor
accuracy.
club, backdoor straight, can rep the 5 because it's in the blind range and he's doing so.
But he calls, so...
He
yeah.
raised, he's
Oh,
raised.
did he raise?
He's ripping that 5. Putting the pressure on Johnny. And he calls. He's got his two cards on top of one another. That's why we're not reading them.
Yeah. So it's cool. I mean, we get to sweat with Johnny, though, which is also a nice, interesting dynamic. Turns the queen of diamonds. So what do you think of your Jess?
I think Remy will check here now, and Johnny's going to bet. He says, you tried, sir, and that's it.
Can't falter. He shows. And unfortunately, I don't think we got to see that.
We didn't, but Remy said to him, nice hand, so it was a big pair, obviously.
Yeah.
Let's get cards. Give me 12, please.
There it is. One of the players watching the action. So let's see who that is. It's Johan de Graaf. He wants to see what's going on, get some intel on the other pros.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a massive stack as well.
Yeah, and a very accomplished player, as we've said before. Been to Vegas, played a couple other places internationally, very good player. Done well locally as well.
Well, he's always got a smile on his face, always happy. Absolute legend he is. Right, so looks like there's another hand being dealt on the feature. Let's go back to that. JP Oaks has rejoined us.
Yeah, in seat 4.
Coming back into the mix with 500k starting.
For the discounted 125k.
Yeah.
Nice if you can do it. Play with the premier boys in the country. Yeah, and Imran's done a bullet too, eh?
Yeah. Yes. Right, so next picked up Ace Jack off here in the hijack.
Thank you.
See what size he goes for, yeah. 28k is the bets. Maybe with 6 more suits. He opts to come along. Across to Mr. Oaks.
Queen Jack off in the big blind.
Did he call the raise or did he just put it in? That was a string bet. Did he raise? You raised it. No, he put his chips in differently. I thought he was betting, he was raising. I wasn't concentrating.
And he calls too.
Yeah, defending because getting a good price with a small blind already having called.
Right, so it's 3 to the flop. Remember to speak first.
So up and down here for JP. Gut shot for Remy.
A gut shot for
and
Nick.
A gut shot for Nick, but the ace high ahead, of course. An 8 would be a disaster.
Yeah.
For Remy and Nick. Because Remy would make the bottom straight, Nick would make a jack high straight, and JP would have the nuts.
Yeah, Remy's opted to fold it on next best 45. So JP makes the call. To the turn we go. And there's another 9. Across to Mr. Oaks. Just check.
Now JP can rep on the river if he blanks.
Another 9.
Because now he'll put that Nick doesn't hit. And he can rep that he decides to check. He's already just done a bullet.
Check it is.
I was just running out of mark here. I want to bet. Yours. It's yours. Nick.
After the check back of Nick's on the turn, I would have liked a bet there on the river.
No, 100%. 100%. I mean, I suppose JP didn't even go for a smaller size. Yeah, because, again, like, he's got all the 7s.
All the 7s, all the 10s. So there's to download event photos. This is a thing that they brought in at Grand West, where you can go and scan the QPR code, and you can get photos that have been taken by the professional photographer that is roaming around.
Yeah, I managed to get myself one of those. Absolute quality photo.
Awesome stuff. Yeah, because it'll be high quality digital.
Got me looking all serious, locked in. It's when I still had a stack.
Okay. So that's why you downloaded it, because it doesn't often happen, is that right?
That's sick needle, mate. Sick needle.
Sorry, Chris.
No, it's okay.
We've got to chirp a
It's
little.
fine, mate. I can understand off the beatings I gave you online. You're allowed one. But yeah, let's get back to the action.
Goodness. Listen, Chess didn't do too badly online.
Yeah, neither did OMG Sharon.
Yeah.
All right, Johnny picking up Queen Jack. He raises the 20k. Remy loves these one gappers, or these two gappers, should I say, in this instance. JP Oaks has mucked that Queen 4. Over to Mark. 9-3. He's going to go back to the pack.
What's Imran playing for? Imran. What about him? What's playing?
My personal opinion, I like to see Remy kind of changing up his strategy here a little bit.
Yeah, he's been calling a lot.
He has, especially, I mean, you know, he's been flatting these one gappers and two gappers, the suited connectors, with it coming out of small blind and the big blind, but he just opts to you know, call as well the 10-7 suited. Maybe mixing in a couple of 3-bets could be quite beneficial to him as well.
Just balance his range a little.
Correct.
But he's he was in position, yeah, so on the button. So Johnny's going to float one with the backdoor spades and the 2 over cards.
8 of diamonds on the turn.
10-7 still well in front.
Remy's got to think he's miles here.
And it makes it expensive now for Johnny to continue.
Sizes up nicely. Into the muck
I
they go.
believe you, Johnny says.
Well played, sir.
And he shows him the 7. I saw a great birthday meme to send to a poker buddy that said, "Happy birthday, my poker buddy. But to be fair, I bought your present with all the money I've won from you this last year."
The needle. The needle.
On needle the guy on his birthday. There's some of the great Sunbet merchandise.
You know, if you're one of my mates, you don't need to wait till my birthday to needle me. It just happens on a daily. So you can ask Chad, you can ask Nick, and ask them. If there's no needling, it's you know, who has normal conversations these days?
Yeah.
Great shot of the Sunbet merch that we put together for season 2. I think I'm going to grab myself one of those hoodies, though.
That's still the 2022 one there. Some of the 2023 ones are out. Of course, the interesting thing that you might not know is that jacket that JP's wearing.
Yeah.
That is a card stream jacket. There are very few of them made. Gary has one, Carl has one, obviously. JP has one, Henny Uppel has one. And I think there's one other one floating around out there.
The alumni,
Bozo had one.
The alumni. There you go.
Yeah.
All right, next just opted to flat +2 with King Jack O. Remy looks like he's banging it up a bit.
Yeah, nice raising the King 6 suited there.
35k, Mark 970. Rudolph into the mark, over to Nick. Gets out the way. And Nick calls as well, King Jack. Here we go, to the flop. King, 2 hearts.
So Nick must have limped in there, did he?
Yeah, he just flatted +2. Jack 5-6. A little bit of board for everybody. Nick looks like he's checked. Remy. Will he opt to?
Check.
Does he not check?
No. He bets his 6 now. Obviously he raised. He's got a rep and he has it. Let's see what Nick does now. He's got Remy very dominated there. Look at the percentages there. The worst card in the world for Remy would be a king on the turn. The Nick has raised, yeah, check raised. Now with a spade draw there, is Remy going to think that Nick check raised the flush draw?
Could be. If that's the case, then he could actually click back here. See what the young man does.
He's going to call. There's Calvin Ferreira in the background there as well, speaking to Ahmed.
An absolute crusher in his own right too.
Yeah, he's done extremely well. And that good series at Grand West.
Jack of hearts on the turn.
Nick got a lock on the hand.
I'd like to see a check here from Nick. Because check. If Nick somehow manages to fire a big bet on the river here, he could get paid.
You look happy. You are. Call.
I think he's going to make a Euro call here and put Nick on a busted flush draw.
And he does.
He does.
Nick shows Jin. Thanks for coming, young man.
I followed Jack 9.
It's been emotional.
Big pot for Nick.
Just a single jack. I don't know, but he did a jack.
You never had the jack, he called it that.
Yeah, we had queen. Or aces.
Didn't have that. Euro re-raised.
The jack.
Re-raised.
We're listening to the players there. We move to the
Make sure that
professionals table out there.
It's all in. It looks like Ace Jack v Ace something. I'm not too sure. Maybe we can zoom in. That's Moaz. Take
That's
a walk.
was gone. To Greg Ronaldson.
GG, bud.
And I don't see Imran there either.
Yeah.
And Imi had done a bullet and looks like he gone again.
I mean, that would explain all Harvard's chips, though.
It would indeed.
Me?
All right, Dr. Here we go. 5-4 suited. He's obviously opening this under that gun.
I didn't call.
There we go. Cross the neck.
The maniac limping again with his 8.
Pocket
I've
threes.
seen this movie.
Out most. Lucky man.
Does the little flip in. Across the Johnny King 6 suit. Comes along for the ride. Over to Remy.
Ronaldson.
7-6 into the mark. JP Oaks, Ace Deuce. Over to Mark.
Who's making the squeeze?
Welcome to the Price is Right. Rudolph comes along for the ride too.
Sure.
He called his bluff. I limped just because he said he can squeeze.
So there's only 1-3 left in the deck.
Yeah.
Maybe, I mean, Nick's been sun running so hard. Let's see, probably find it, eh?
Yeah, you may well there. So 9-8-8 flop, the 7-6 flops the up and down. Mark Lippman has found trip 8s. And he's going to bet it.
Rudolph comes along.
Rudolph with his up and downs not folding. 5 would be a good card for Rudolph.
Yeah.
The 10 is more in line with what Mark Lippman would expect for straight. 5 would be more disguised.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's an interesting dynamic because when Mark opts to lead, he's coming out on the button. So he just flattened the button as well. So, you know, Rudolph could figure he has it for 7-8, 9-8, 10-8. Rudolph checks over to Mark. Rudolph into the muck.
Yeah, you're not going to chase anymore on a paired board. So as I said, over 100 inches into that little slam, and I hear Siobhan priming the cameras to go out there and pan around. There's Darren Lippman next to Henny. We saw Darren did cash the main at Monty, and his dad Howard was involved here in the 25k. And there is Mr. Corneli, Fabio Corneli, sitting there next to Michael van der Walt. Back to the professionals table. So they're pretty short-handed now. They're five-handed there. And they're going to play like that until the end of late reg, eh?
I think they might have to mix.
Well, the format says only after late reg, eh?
Fair enough.
There's still 8 of the businessmen left. So the professionals have fed upon themselves, built some big stacks.
Yeah, it's going to be make for an interesting feature table when they mix up.
And then be in a few rebuys.
JP Oaks picks up them 9s.
27. Raise to 27,000. 27,000.
Go.
Right, Rudolph free folded ace deuce. Kanesh Panther gets away. JP takes us down, uncontested.
I see Alvin Brooks out there in the background, Harold's brother. He's joined for the little slam. Ever smiling Mr. Alvin Brooks. Absolute gentleman. Darren, an interested observer to the businessman's table.
Yeah, he's just grabbing a little chow as well, getting refueled. Right, looks like Johnny's opened up UTG to 22k. JP's flat at +2.
Yeah, JP coming along with the 7-5 suited. Rudy's out the way, I'm sure.
Over to Nick with ace 10 of hearts on the button. Price of poker's gone up, folks.
He's only flatting.
He's just flatted.
Whoa.
Oi.
Wow.
I will rewind for a second. The price of poker's gone up, folks.
It's really going up now.
I think this is going to go straight rip. 15 bigs. The Doc's opted to go the other way.
57, which in itself should ring alarm bells to these players.
Johnny decides to call.
Does that price JP? It does,
Comes
indeed.
along.
So does Nick then come along?
Oh, let's see. Well, maybe Nick does something like crazy, like a back raise here. Be interesting. He does. He does.
Oh, so Nick.
That's a man-sized raise, man.
Nick goes for the squeeze from the button. And Doc is going to not mess around. He puts it in.
Valiant effort, sir.
That'll get rid of the other two.
You have to go with it, I suppose.
Johnny's thinking, yeah. It's the muck
Yeah, you hear him. JP's will go into the muck too. So that pot built very nicely. 462k pot for Doc.
You see Nick's like, aye, aces. But it ain't over till it's over. We've still got 5 to come.
No, Nick and I making a move there into the bullets. There's a 10 for him.
Yeah, Jack 5,
glimmer
10.
of hope.
Turn brings a card that could change the dynamic here.
Yeah.
Queen to chop.
Queen to chop or a 10 for a win.
Ganesh gets the double.
Yes.
Always a sweat. Always a sweat.
At last, Ganesh says a pick up from the
I
band.
know. I know. What did you have? Jacks.
Johnny says he had jacks. He had king jack.
Yeah, king jack.
He would have beaten him.
Yeah, but again, I mean, there's no possibility.
If he saw the flop, because he called the 3-bet of Ganesh. If Nick doesn't pull the move, Johnny doesn't fold that jack out board and turns the king.
Yeah, no, it's just
And then the
outright
aces
debauchery.
get cracked. So Ganesh can actually thank Nick Hanoi there.
Looks like Renette's in the tank.
I know.
Looks like it. She was relatively short stack when she was here on the feature table.
Sorry, my mistake. I was on it.
He only had 150 left. He only had 150 left.
I don't like all in
I don't like it, but
Well, I mean, you called all in king
I don't like him. You were right up in mine.
no, you were supposed to get the two of us out.
Right, Remy, 8-3 to Jude's going to go straight into the mark.
I lost.
How can you call 450?
700.
It's not the same.
Good laid out.
I had a hand. What the hell? He was supposed to do it, not me.
Right, over to Mr. Lithman.
Going to raise the jack line, the Lebanese aces.
Rudolph gets out the way. Nick, 9-7. No, sorry, that was Rudolph. Nick's folded. Over to Ganesh.
Once I hit that 10, I was meeting him anyway.
King Jack.
So what's the difference? 22. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Ganesh calls the raise in position.
Johnny, the Queen 10. It's like getting like 3.5 to 1 is money to call, so he'll come along. Right, 6-3 to the flop. Ganesh in position. Let's see what happens here. King Queen, oh, yeah, King Queen 6.
Right, so top pair for Ganesh, gut shot for Mark, second pair for Johnny. So a little bit of everything. Doc makes the call. Johnny makes the call.
All right, let's see what the turn brings. Could get spicy.
Not good enough here.
They're holding one another's outs, if we can put it that way.
Blank 3 of diamonds on the turn.
King of Doc is still ahead.
Goes, let's look like a 100 go. 100k. Over to Johnny. See, the sizing here by Ganesh is setting up for a river jam if it bricks completely. Johnny out the way. On the mark. Looking over to Ganesh's stack. Mark raises.
Sure.
Puts the pressure on.
Putting a movie on Ganesh.
Right, Ganesh tossing in that time bank.
Oh, he's really putting Ganesh in the blender, yeah?
Yeah. Right, running it back here.
Can he have king, queen? Can he have a set of sixes? Can he have a set of queens? He raised pre-flop. What do I give him here?
Yeah, you see, I mean, sixes are highly unlikely because I don't think majority of the time you are leading with sixes there in position. Well, you could mix. I mean, all depending. Again, it's.
You see when Mark Lipman checked the flop?
Yeah.
He checked,
No, he led flop, didn't he?
No, he checked. Here it is, the action on the left-hand side.
Apologies. Wow, Mark gets it through.
Puts maximum pressure on, steals that pot away. Like I said, he's ripping the pocket sixes, king, queen, even pocket queens because he raised pre.
I've loved you of that one, Ganesh. 9 jack.
Tells Ganesh, says I bluffed you off that one like 9 jack, and he's telling the truth.
Thing is, poker players tell you one thing and have another thing. But like you said, in this instance, it's the truth.
Yeah.
So I reckon I'm just going to go back and watch that one.
No, man, that's Kleine Bluff again. I was so tempted before, but put you on the king queen.
You see, Kinesh says I put you on king queen was one of the combos I said what he repped.
No. Nine jack.
10,000.
Oh, JP Oaks tosses that 8-4 into the mark, over the mark. So mark there. Rudolph follows.
You didn't show your cards, right? I have 9 jack.
To Nick.
You have 9 jack. Play.
9-7-0.
So Nick deciding what he's going to raise from the button here. Makes it 24,000.
Johnny gets out the way over to Remy with ace 9.
Not really. King jack. King jack. I thought my king jack was strong. I didn't put you on the king.
You're right, like 9 jack. 3 for 10. Anyway, I could win the hand if we're getting off it.
Might be nice with the jack there.
Nice for 10 has come. But the rest, follow it.
King 3-3.
You were far ahead of favourite to me. You were far ahead of me. And the thing is, I can't lie to you because you're going to look at it on it. You're going to stay on the stream.
So we're going to be until the late registration. Well, there'll be a break at that point.
Yeah.
And then after the break, it'll be Gary and Ian. And then we'll be back to our normal 2-hour shifts after just in the hour thing to accommodate admin.
And meetings and unfortunately, you know, never miss a Monday, as they say.
Absolutely. A good thing about the one thing COVID did teach us is that everybody works remotely. And that
Yeah,
you can. And companies have embraced that now. Never wanted to before.
It's an absolute blessing, I tell you.
It is. That is the one good thing that came from it.
I mean, don't get me wrong, cabin fever does set in from time to time.
Occasionally. But that's why you've got poker clubs to go out and get to.
Well, up yeah, there's more than we have back home in Cape Town. But
Concept not too far from you, though, is it?
yeah, it's about
Oh, that's close, man.
Concept only happens once a week.
I thought it was twice, Thursdays and Sundays.
I think Sundays are once a month. I haven't played Concept in a very long time.
They do every Sunday now.
Yeah. Well, Gareth, if you're listening to this, come on, let's chat, bud. Let's have a chat when we're done.
You can always go across to Wellington. 2 clubs there now.
I suppose I'll give Vachtiki a call.
Yeah, there are two there now. They split. Vachtiki's got one and there's another one.
Okay.
Shame he was extremely ill. Vachtiki's been listening in on the stream. Spent a long time in hospital, quite a long time in ICU.
Oh, wow.
Had major problems with his stomach. Had to undergo an operation to clear a blockage and that.
Well, Byron, I'm sending you my well wishes, my good man. I hope you are feeling better and keen to catch up with you soon.
Yeah, no, he's gone home now. That's the important thing. Because, like I said, he spent a long time in hospital and then he was in ICU after an operation. So it's good to hear that he's back home now.
All right, let's get back to the action. Looks like Nick's opened up Jack 9 or Jack 9 suit on the cutoff. Johnny's opted to 3-bet with that 6 deuce suit. JP Oaks gets out the way. So it's 32K for more for Nick to call.
Ahmed. Only 5 of you.
Dave.
And the businessmen have picked up on it now. There's only 5 at the pros table and they want to know about balancing.
Yeah.
However, it will stay like that until the end of late reg. Those are the rules.
Oh, yeah, we've got an hour and a half left, or hour and 30 minutes? Yeah, hour and a half.
I don't even think it's that long.
50-minute levels? Yes.
Yeah.
Considering where we're at now, with it being 20 to 6. Oh. Sorry, hour and 10 minutes. Hour and 20 minutes.
Oh, you got the time there. What is the time now?
Time is now 20 to 6.
Yeah, and the late reg is at 6:45.
About an hour, yeah. Hour and a couple
Yeah, but then there will be a break. So, you know, when they say late reg ends, then there's always the break. Because they give players that 15 minutes to
get some food, rest up.
Well, yeah, quick comfort break and decide in that break whether they're late registering or re-entering.
Yeah, either or.
As the case may be.
Right, Nick on the hijack, 9 deuce. Sends that back to the dealer. Over to Johnny, who's just got a bit tricky with 6 deuce suits. Coming into the cutoff now. Looks like he's opening it up to 22k. Over to JP Oaks, 9-10 off. To Mark, 4-5. The ups to come along.
Help.
Ace, 10, 5, 2 diamonds. Johnny picks up a gut shot. Mark picks up bottom pair. Let's see what happens here. What do you think's going to happen? Because check, check.
Yeah, that was strange.
Turn action. What are you thinking?
If it checks, it gone check, check again. Option on Johnny.
And the river card.
That was checked down and Mark takes it down. Very, very interesting.
Not allowed to now into the table.
Yeah, don't bluff. I had nothing, I just checked. You had a nice draw there. Yeah. You're not going to get any action.
Somebody else watching the action.
As you can see, there's 69 people watching there. Shout out to those 69 that's joined us this afternoon. Or should I say this evening?
Yeah, that's not a true reflection because a lot of it's restreamed from people and get people, a couple watching together.
Yeah.
And then the biggest number that comes is if you watch afterwards, the videos get thousands of views. That's everybody going back to review footage. That's people catching up with it because they were at work or whatever.
Yeah. But to be fair, people are still probably en route home from work.
That's exactly that. So
everything is.
I mean, look, if this was Cape Town and you're on the way back from the CBD, you'll probably only get back at about 8:30. You know what I'm talking about.
Chiefers, that was the one thing from Cape Town was the traffic. Wow. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it really teaches you a lot of patience. Right, over to Johnny on the hijack.
And in general, the drivers seem to behave better than up here.
Yeah, I mean...
I said in general. There were a couple, but generally speaking, a little more patient, I think.
No, exactly.
Remember, maybe it's because it happens all the time.
Things go at like half speed.
Yeah, everything's so laid back.
Yeah.
You know, and then they're like, we've got all the work up here, but then we've got the mountain.
And the yoga instructors, apparently, according to Ian.
And the yoga instructors.
All right, let's go to the flop. It's King 6-9. All diamonds. Remy as flop. Second pair.
Yeah. It's gone check, check. Rudy checks the turn. Remy needs to bet that 9 now.
Like the bird, yeah.
Puts the bet in.
It's about 35. Takes down.
Bet and take down. Yeah, and the other great thing about Cape Town, Chief, has got a really great bunch of restaurants.
No, we do,
as
yeah.
a foodie, that's some awesome stuff.
Yeah, no,
and
look,
of course, every single vineyard is a pleasure to visit, and a lot of those in their own rights have nice restaurants and that.
I mean, I feel very fortunate to have the incredible wine estate a couple of minutes down the road.
Yeah, I went there with Robert. Nice place.
It takes me 5 minutes to get there.
Is that a regular hangout for you?
Could be.
Could be.
Could be. You know, I've been once or twice. But again, you don't want to go constantly because you kind of spoil the experience.
Yeah,
if you overkill it.
I suppose so. If you live down there.
Yeah, I mean, you'll find the guys from the north of Cape Town tend to venture out to the south a lot more.
I tell you, on my last trip down to Cape Town, the best wine tasting I had was Bo Constantia, purely because of the
game. Yeah, no, that view's amazing.
That view is stunning to sit there and you overlook the valley and have the drink of that loo with the view. Amazing.
Yeah, no, it's
really awesome place.
I mean, Blaarklippen is also out there, which is amazing. They've got a fantastic night market out in Stellenbosch side.
WSOP.
Yeah, and I went to Kanunko because that's one of my favorite wines, and of course Fairview, their cheese tasting goes with it, and we went to Warwick as well.
Did you do anything at the Spice Route?
No, we didn't this time.
Because that means obviously, you know, CBC's got their.
Yeah, I'll be back down there shortly.
You play with Dan.
Johnny looked like he's opened up, hunting up +2 for 5 deuce suit. JP Oaks on the cutoff. Makes the call over to Mark. Probably going to toss that into the mic. Yeah, Rudolph follows. Nick.
But we came back in with him and he like kick weird games. Enjoyed myself. The pain is Bitcoin. I wish I'd kept them.
Comes along for the ride.
So let's see what trouble the flop can bring us.
It was what?
6,700 then.
5-7-3, 2 clubs.
2 clubs with the top pair for JP.
Nick's found
5
second pair.
for Johnny. Nothing for Nick. He's got the 2 overs. Johnny bets 55.
60,000. Our winnings would have been over 120 million.
You didn't cash it out yet. So kept
Cash it out 7,700. I didn't enjoy it in that time.
Good JP taking his time. Double checking. It is that strong, sir.
JP. Calls.
JP has raised.
Oh, sorry, he's raised. It says it's 120,000. Over to Johnny. Got a decision to make yet. Call. Does call. Jack of hearts.
No help for him.
JP rips the rest.
Puts the baby in. He's trying to decide, is JP on a draw? Is my 5 ahead here? Puts the time bank in. He's not a believer here that JP's ahead here.
I want to read you for 8 king of clubs.
You don't have a king of clubs.
Tells JP, I want to read you here for ace king of clubs. He's right about the 2 clubs, but JP's also hit the 7.
I don't have ace king of clubs, you're
I beat the 7, but I don't beat the jack.
pocket 8.
1 up.
That's a really disciplined fold. You didn't have a club.
So we're still watching the end of that hand there.
You're not a pocket, so.
You can say because you're going to see it anyway later. Those who go watch. I'm not one of them.
So down to the 5 pros out there. So JP got that one through. JP 3 betting after Remy opened with the pocket deuces. JP getting some traction here now. He bled down a little from his on his second stack, and now he's back up just under the. He was back over the 600 mark, and he's 3-bet here, leaving 585 behind. So he was up to 650. Remy makes the call. The expensive set mine with 2s. Let's see if it pays off for him. 3-10-8 flop. JP deciding about the continuation here. Checks. Finds the king on the turn. Remy won't like that king, because if he read him for ace king and thought his deuces were ahead on the flop, he'll know that he's behind now. And JP reaches for chips immediately, which will confirm Remy's suspicion. Looks like the players in the little slam are going on a break. So he floated one there with these 2s. He's trying to set up a move here. It was interesting that he called the 60k on the turn. Was he setting up a move to rep the flush here?
Could be interesting.
He can rep the heart flush, that if he check called the heart draw. He checks. JP will check behind because of the danger that has arrived.
JP scoops that 280k pot.
Okay.
Yeah, let's take a look at what current level we're on.
Yeah, I was under the impression they're 1 hour levels, but Chris tells me they're 50-minute levels.
Yeah, it looks like we're the last level before the late reg ends.
Ice King's eerste Ice King met 'n hele toernooi ek nee. I was going to ship that because of any excuse.
Right, 45 minutes left.
Yeah, there it is. The next break is in 45 minutes time, and that is when the late registration will end. Total pot is already 2.5 million. There's 2 million guaranteed. So it's half a bar over the guarantee already.
Yeah. Over to JP Oaks. Mark tosses his cards away. Rudolph with Jack 10 on the cutoff. Queen 7 for Nick. Comes along for the ride.
You're not so shit, dude.
King, Queen 5, 2 hearts. Bit of an action flop here. Rudolph continues.
Interesting for Nick now with the second pair.
Yeah.
He puts the time bank in. See, the dealer's got a whole pile of those he's collected already in this session.
great to see. The guys are actually taking their time, figuring things out.
Don't mind me asking, Mark, who's in your corner? Who? No. And the challenges you're facing this year. The attorneys.
Nick utilizing another time bank.
She's spicy. She and I've done a number, as a prosecutor, a number of cases.
So he calls.
Makes the call after he's raised, actually, eh? How's that? He used 2 time banks and then raised. Rudy's not going anywhere with
Rudolph
these up and down.
snaps it off.
Which will really make Nicky wonder.
Turn
Oh, he
is
turns
chin
it.
for Rudolph. Rudolph just jams.
Rudolph just puts the baby in. I think he's worried about a flush draw there. The way Nick took his time and then check raised. And Nick folds.
What you got with you? Donny Day, you know Donny Day? Okay, so Sean and I were prosecutors.
Right, Rudolph stacking them chips. He's just scooped.
A nice pickup for Rudy.
Very bad. Aggressive in court, like you said. You can go and look at my hand when you feel bad up lady.
Rudy chirping his own play there.
I do like the fact that Nick utilized those time banks.
I don't know.
He
Yeah,
thought
it's
about
just-
everything.
You know, puts a little bit of doubt in Rudy's mind there and that, and I think that's why Rudy ended up jamming that.
Right, Remy under the gun.
Then Jack, you're still going to check it. I don't know.
Over to JP Oaks.
And I gave it a foot, I know, one off. But it appears that a bunch of the witnesses also
Queen deuce.
10 Jack, Jack of hearts.
Over the golf 9. 9 deuces in the muck. And the dock. Ace 10 on the button.
Ten Jack of hearts, and I think it's 10 of done. I'm not certain about it, but it's a 10.
Ace 3.
You can go check it. He still hasn't done anything to in court yet. But you'll see when she cross-examines, she's feisty.
This the sound company can
She's aggressive. I should have known. I'm an attorney with the right of appearance in the High Court, so I handle that. He doesn't handle it myself. There's no point in becoming an advocate because there's certain things advocates can't do. They can't do conveyancing.
Out of the way.
Johnny 10-6.
When you see her Oscar, she'll think she's a nobody. She'll know about
We have a popular load shedding.
Just like clockwork.
But I mean, when you spend thousands of hours in the regional court like you did, you see everything. No, I'm not folding.
Johnny making the defense.
And a backdoor stroke, flush. Backdoor flush.
Too many outs.
Flop 7 Jack 10. They both flop the 10.
Johnny got those backdoor hearts.
Listen, I have fuckers hate me. Yeah, fuckers hate me, but fucking corrupt. I hate this. The bad coppers are fucking corrupt. I'm dangerous, you know that. You played all many years of...
Ganesh continues. Johnny makes the call.
And then the mind's paid in a fortune. We all know.
Turns to 6,
he
Johnny
turns
makes
2
2
pair. Wow.
I wonder what Johnny's body language is going to be like now.
stale base in Cape
Let's
Town.
see if Kinesh checks back this because he bet and got called. Now he's going to call. Oh, he puts it in.
Timing, unfortunate.
It's going to be all in and call, I'm sure. Call.
You're going to see the bad news. Still got one to come though. You can find
So
any,
Doc needs help.
yeah, any jack, any 7, any ace.
Yeah, any jack 7 or ace. Players giving it as well. King is no
on the
good.
river. Changes nothing.
Ganesh is eliminated.
GG Doc.
All my chips in you.
I thought I had you about 10.
Ace 10 gave you the chips.
You know who's been allocated a judge yet?
Bye.
You don't get that. That boy. Zero. No, you just said to me I've never gone all in.
It's 120 years poker.
Doc's not in a hurry to give that back, or is he? I was wondering about the radio set. He's keeping it on him, which would allude to the fact that he's coming back in.
Yeah, it could be making a return.
This is the last level of that, as far as I'm aware.
Yep. So we are amalgamating the tables as soon as the break away.
And that will then bring a new interesting dynamic because they've been playing 5-handed down there. Into the same seat. With a new start, with a new stack.
Very bad online.
Yeah, Doc is back, same seat.
You guys have the game, yeah? You have the game,
Yeah.
Good thing you're right, eh?
When I said I'm playing one full stuff, that only take my name.
Yeah, but I don't think you pull any bet any further.
So Queen Jack of Spades for Mark Liffman.
Take big chunks out of it. Well, it depends if you're second pick.
Nah, I'm actually very bad online.
Yeah.
Nick sorting Doc out with some change.
Rudolph with that hammer.
No, right.
So Doc is coming, he's re-raising. So Doc is re-raising the raise by Mark Liffman.
Sometimes you can't get past certain people.
I know. Maybe I'm on tilt.
You know, I'm a friend of you now. Why
Mark Liffman makes the call.
Let's go. Check Doc to you. Your chance.
Warriors to the flop we go. It's
And 2 spades for Mark Liffman with his Queen Jack of Spades. We didn't pick up Doc's cards there because he was out and then came back in immediately. So we didn't pick his cards up in that change around.
Doc's got 10.
He's got 10s. So he's ahead, yeah, and all in. Mark Liffman pulled a move before. Doc's just rebought.
First hand back.
How sick is this?
Pulling another move on me there.
You're making another move on me, he says.
Come on, you knock me out. Show friends. And you knock me out. Now you help me by...
Okay.
He folds, he doesn't want to do another 125k.
And over his favour.
Yeah. Your favor. He's on plus.
Yeah, but he's favourite is over. If you got the king, you have to call.
I forgot the king, I'm calling.
When you started asking, I knew I wasn't putting a move in.
Back to the other table.
Still the 5 players there.
Looks like Darren's managed to get some chips.
It does look like it because those blues are the ones that can really count.
Yeah.
50Ks and the blacks 10Ks.
So the aandete. It looks like they're all. Did you look at break?
Definitely wasn't pulling a move there.
Your mind. You got kings, man.
Yes, he had said the kings, then he wouldn't have thought about calling it. Still missed it. He could have still lost it. Thank you.
He's out the way. Nick Ace do suited. Raises it.
Out of the debt at any point in time. Ask her about a guy called Marius from Baintown. Marius from Baintown. That's her go-to guy when she's out of debt. And he is, Marius and I studied together. We ran a couple of comrades together. He stays a couple hundred meters away from me. He's fucking good.
Johnny out the way. 23,000 more forever to call, gets out the way. JP, 9-6. Ba-da-da.
Even in the recording, it doesn't need to.
Alright, so it's 2 to the flop.
What's something? I did a case for General in the Army the other day.
9-7-3, 2 hearts. Nick's still out in front there.
Yeah, 45.
With that ace deuce.
And then he would jokingly say, where was the thing? These bastards, they come with the transcripts. And I insist upon hearing the calls. So that's the joke. So I said, one of the times I said, I'm going to get a tender. And he said, when are we going to go watch a rugby in the UK again? You know, he's making a joke. And they take that and manipulate. But you can hear him laughing and joking.
He gets Nick to fold. Well, did have the ace.
6-7 years. Okay, that's a long time.
Always bet when I'm not winning,
it's tough to get those. And they're normally it's only valid for a period of time. You've got to reapply. Going back to the same judge every couple of months. That judge should have put his foot down at some stage, or her. He said, you've been monitoring this fella for a year.
I think they're going to be quite happy when the tables are amalgamated. That 5-handed, the blinds are flying around there.
Yeah.
Especially Renette, that was a little shorter stacked. Unless she's chipped up, we can't see her. No, it is relatively short.
Yeah.
In front of her there.
She looks like she'll be putting it up.
You know, her VPIP was lower than all the other players, and with the blinds flying around, it's going to hurt her.
Very much so. Rudolph, 9-7, suited. A bit of Nick. That's also going to Mark. To Doc, who's having quite a rough day at the office, I tell you.
Yeah.
Take a walk. He's got ace queen, but I'll take a walk.
Remy raises the button with the 8-3. JP 8-5 will fold. Queen 9 suited. Mark Liffman will defend with that.
Yeah.
How much?
13,000.
Right, let's go. Good luck, Frenchie.
Thank you. You too.
Remy gets the best of the flop. He flops an 8. Mark has the gut shot. On check on the flop. All those hearts.
They have an 8.
Wins. How do you fucking dominate? Who's the line of the count?
CJP just watching them both.
Observing, picking up whatever he can. That looks like Renette is ejected from the tournament.
I don't see chips in front of her anymore, so
Four-handed with 19 minutes till the end of this level. Should make some interesting action.
Yeah, Ahmed with a lot of chips, Darren with a lot of chips, Greg and Mr. Sun.
Or even big blind.
Number of the witnesses or the number of the witnesses too.
I mean, everybody sees it on there. Big blind. I think. But I'll find out more. As far as we know now, one was the other one.
Haven't they written down now? They haven't given you a complete copy of the docket yet.
I'm not sure. I think they might have by now.
There's old Josh standing by to capture all this action. Johnny with fours. Looks like he's just flattered. Oh no, he raises. Sorry, apologies. I'm getting so confused with these chips.
The colours and the light on them.
It's making my horrible start to my day.
There's Giovanni Zanetti in the background.
I'm surprised he's not jumping in.
Maybe he is. Still got time to.
Yeah.
I don't respect the French when it comes to
how much more?
And I mean, if you look where
Exactly.
blinds are 612, and you get a 500k stack, plenty bigs if you jump in.
No, 100%.
I played.
No.
I don't know how to say it. Yeah, 15 years.
Right, so Remy's come along with that 7-6 suited, so has JP with his 9-8, and Mark has got the A6 suited as well, so he's got those JP's hand kind of dominated in a sense, but JP does end up flopping an open-ended draw.
He flops better than both the other two. The fours are still ahead, of course. Here's the 6 for Remy now, and the 6 for Mark.
So the late reg with a little slam will be running itself. Level 9, which is around about 830. So if you're keen to come give it a spin, jump in. More than enough space for you, and come take a shot. Try and win some money.
Yeah, with a starting stack of 300k for your 5k buy-in, you should have plenty of bigs still.
And an hour level. What's they're not to jump? Why don't you want to jump in? Don't see any reason why not. Yeah. Gary. Spin it up. I'm turning it to Ian. Why? Why am I turning it to Ian?
Mark Liffman makes the call. Interesting that JP folded his up and down there. Would he have got there? Let's wait and see. He would not have. The 6 of Mark Liffman is good here, provided he doesn't fold.
Six.
So it's gone check on the river, and Mark Liffman picks up a very nice big pot.
276k.
Yeah, plus 186, and he's up to 1.6 million.
Don't be jealous. I haven't seen you for about two and a half hours now.
I've been quiet, huh? Yeah, don't worry, I'll wake up after. You miss me so much. I'll be back.
So we're nearing the end of the late reg and re-entry period for the Super High Roller. The pros are down to 4 out there. Be interesting to see if any of them come back.
That's super cool, yeah, the way it works out. You can play to one player.
Right, Remy. Hijack, ace 10, 0.
Go on.
Raises to 25.
Folded to Mark Liftman.
Rudolph's been sitting nice and snug, huh?
Yeah, he hasn't done much.
Hey, like a bull.
Ah, you're back.
I'm back and I'm talking.
Nick defending his big blind. Gut shot for Remy. Nothing for Nick.
I was there for like 10, 12 years. The major space for a while as well. I went to the NPA.
Betson takes it down with his gut shot.
I'm not folding.
So there is that little slam you were alluding to in the background there, and it goes across to the far right-hand pit as well, which you can't see.
Yeah. Sick turnout.
Yeah, there were over 100 when I last checked, and it looked like there have been a lot more since then.
Oh, that's going to be a sick tournament, though. So sick.
Yeah, we're scared of it. Sometimes we're scared of it. We can only play one because they understand. But when you have these cup prosecutors, you are sort of glory hunting or what have you, and it's going on and on and on and on.
Right, so we'll probably get about maybe 3 more hands in before we go to the break if we're lucky.
Yeah, if we're lucky. And then you and I will vacate, and Gary and Ian will come in.
Yeah.
And then we'll go back to our normal 2-hour stints.
Yeah, it's time to go get some food in me.
Yeah, I've got mine ready and waiting here.
Good man, good man. You come prepared.
Yeah, it's the beauty of having a mother and an aunt that are you looking after you when you stay here with him.
Fair enough. Right, over to Johnny. That's up the way, JP Oaks.
That's what I'm saying. I don't even make a play now with the guy.
The Mark.
I'll leave you to it.
Okay.
Rudolph.
Rudolph getting involved. He hasn't for a while.
He will leave me to it.
Nick has come along. Doc says, oh, 3-bet stun.
Give me a description of it. There's a passage. How would you like to describe it?
74 in the pot, he's going to rip it.
The lot.
Fold.
Instant fold from Rudy. Nick folds, he's got them both dominated.
That's so many of them.
Rudy, wow, I love it. You know, Rudy's so entertaining.
Oh, no, he's the absolute end.
Nothing worse than an innocent person. Grab.
We'll walk past you. How you, boy?
The 4 comes.
King comes, you get everything.
Yeah, the 4 comes. That's an 8-4 king 10.
I've fucking rounded a lot of people in my life.
Good.
Good.
Yeah, I was just supposed to on the button. He played like a maniac.
Just keeping quiet for that banter. Really. He was so quiet there, and you mentioned it, and then he
just livened up.
Livened up, and suddenly his other tournament must be on a break. Oh, it's finished.
He won it.
And the board comes 7, 8, 9.
Where's their case? Try and make a name for themselves by getting a lucky.
Mr. Collett has entered the abode.
Just practice hard to get lucky.
Mon ami.
I got nothing to practice with.
My friend.
Mark Cliffman folds. Quick folds round.
Never, not from Ganesh. I'll never give you a walk. Never.
He will. He will. He will. He will.
Never.
He will.
Ganesh completes. They were saying whether he would give a walk. Watch Nick raise him now. Here comes the raise.
Sometimes you've got to make a small sacrifice to say, fuck it, I'm done with it. Still get calls at least 2-3 times a week from prison.
Puts 40k on, 28 more for Ganesh to call. So he'll make a call by the looks of things. Oh, he's making a move.
Really?
He makes a move. Wow.
Oops. I have a good card. I have a good hand.
Nick, I've got a good card. That's his favorite line.
Catch you.
Don't show it, dog. Don't show it. Hey, the needle.
Look at Nick now.
The
The little smile on Doc's face.
I love this guy. Oh my word, I've seen everything.
I'm learning
A little bit of fun with Doc. Look at that naughty smile, like a naughty schoolboy, eh?
Yeah, I know. He's loving it now.
Don't tilt.
They're telling Nick, don't tilt now.
I'll quit a gamble. Do a rebuy.
They are the round 11, 24 entries, 12 players remaining. Next break in 15 minutes time. Blinds will be 10k, 15k with a big blind ante of 15. So a lot of bigs if you still jump in at 500k.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, you know, if you're up to spin it up, you're getting a decent stack to come and try and win the thing.
Yeah, you're going to get like 33 bigs. So, Remy has raised the deuces again. Not the first time he's raised deuces.
No, not at all.
From
Not at all.
early, eh? From under the gun.
Mixing it up a bit. See, Johnny's got that 10-6. I got old Doc earlier.
Yeah, I caught Doc with that 10-6. But it's...
Looks like Rudolph's come
We've got a
along.
break in 15 minutes.
Oh, really? Oh, really flops two pair. Must be nice. Remy checks. Really will bet his two pair. He makes it a heavy bet, 80k. He's full pot.
Remy gets out the way.
Stop the set.
No, stupid.
King 9.
No, king 4 spade.
I folded king 9 here.
So if you
I folded
leave
king
into
9 this hand.
Juices again. Juices.
I thought you were going to go all in.
So having a look at the pros there.
Yeah. It's a lot of money.
No, Kramer stack that because we recognize the poker bet hat.
Over 18 or 3.
Nick in the hijack, you'll fold. Doc King 6, you'll get out the way. Nick gonna raise.
Ace-9 off on the button.
Disappointed in that. Almost put all the chips in it. It's not good now.
All right, Johnny. Calls the 20K. Ace-10-8.
Ace gets the best of that.
Nice one.
Outer hand. 5-8-8. Ace Queen board.
I would have snap called you. You know?
King Queen for Mr. Sun. He's got the Queen.
Looks
like it's good.
No, no. The problem is he can still use a 6 or a 5.
Takes a pot from Greg.
Never called me king 10 off.
That was blind on blind action.
I snap you. That is
400K.
But I must say, I would have not raised his hand either. No? I would have not raised
the hand.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. There was no need to raise the hand.
But once I raised...
7 of hearts for Mark Liffman under the gun.
Keep that and you make me back.
They're coming along with that Queen Deuce suit.
I know you didn't announce. You asked his first raise. You didn't announce it. All right. Yeah. Oh, that's what you said. Yeah, that's what your question. He's not raising. Yeah. I heard you.
Everybody under magic blind,
So it's just lumped in here by everyone. So let's see what JP does in the big blind. He checks.
Ace, King, Jack.
So Jack for Remy, King for Mark, gut shot for Nick, nothing for JP.
Such a bad spot for it. I think somebody, I mean,
Bets the gut shot and takes it.
Well played,
So you can almost feel the energy has subdued a little now as they're approaching the end of this re-entry period and that. And I think once they mix the tables up, we will get some excitement going again in that. There's the outer table. Ahmed involved in a hand. Mr. Sun. Ahmed from the cutoff and Mr. Sun in the small blind.
No, up there. You have also out. Good.
One check on the river. The money goes to Ahmed. Giovanni, an interested observer there. Remy raises the 10-6 suited from the button. JP is called. Marcus called. Let's see what the trouble the flop can bring us.
10-6-8.
Oh, but look at that. JP flops the straight. Remy 2-pair. Yo. What did you say? This is going to get spicy.
Yeah, it's going to get spicy.
When I leave it, we've got to break that.
Spicy and feisty.
Leave it, we've got to break
JP leads it. That's straight. Mark's going to float.
I think it's 45 minutes.
It's good. Remy could just jab, you know.
With 2-pair and a bet and a call, he's not flatting here, is he?
No. I'm pretty sure that's what he's thinking, because I mean, he has JP leading all his like 10x hands. Small as well as Mark.
Here it goes all in.
Jab. JP just double checking.
JP double checking. I've got the coconuts at the moment. At the moment is the operative thing.
Over to Mark.
Mark Liffman, wow, he says.
It's 1.5 million in the middle thus far.
Folds.
Alright, everyone's going to see the bad news.
So JP needs to fade a 10 or a 6 here.
12 million. 12 million, we have 12 players.
The big pot here.
King on the turn.
No help for him. Oh! Wow, that is so sick for JP. Second bullet, and oh my word. Wow, that is sick. That is very, very sick. They're going to do a count back.
This game is cruel.
JP got the money in so good there. Sure, that is brutal there.
Yeah, you don't sort of say.
And according to us, going to leave JP with 2 bigs.
Wow. Bien joué. You're lucky. Not much we can do. Wow.
Oh, wow. So JP is eliminated there. Wow. That was a pretty sick hand there. Flopped what I said, the coconuts at the time. And they got rivered.
Found that 3%. Found that 3%.
Jeepers.
Right, Remy, if you don't win this thing now, bud.
Gee.
Clear out. Open.
Oh, I think he'll walk that one off first and decide in that break whether he's jumping back.
Yeah.
Because that one really hits.
That was, yes, that's the
That hits low and hard, eh?
Right.
When you put your money in, you know there's no single hand beating you.
Right, so Johnny, it looks like the last hand before the break, raises a 26k mark. Over to golf 9, opposite the flats.
I'm a lucky boy. I don't know.
I check.
Oh, yeah. Good
Ace 5, Queen, 2 spades.
2 pair for Johnny. You'll bet it.
Yes, you're a lucky guy. Every time you get there. Now you're getting it. You're lucky. He blocked your face.
So hand number 99 and hand number 98 was a real sickie.
So business for yeah.
There's not enough throws left.
So it looks like we're going to get another hand in.
We're going to play 6 handers, you know that. 6. Oh, yeah. 11. 5, 6.
You never know. 2 hands will be very lucky. Soft hands play.
Will be the last hand, guys.
Nick telling them this will probably be the last hand, guys. So it's his big blind. Basically, he's telling them don't get involved. He's trying to get a walk instigated. Nick is raising with the ace queen. It's the other Nick Zackham. There's the 1 minute warning beeper in the background.
Up to 38,000.
38. You really don't want me to play.
No, so I have a good hand. I don't want to play. I know you are. Yeah, no, guys,
I tried to do that already.
We're tanking.
He's just running. The player's just running the clock down.
Gold, man. Play one more.
If we can have a look at that timing screen and see how long the break is going to be.
Get up and go now.
So another hand coming in. We've got to finish this hand.
Time to jam it in here. Get a hand here. I don't mind. Tax right off. 125K is the tax write off, right? So the receiver's paying for this. Every time the receiver can pay for this, right?
So Nick under the gun.
You want to play a master. You don't know what master. Let's have master. Let's thank God. Thank God that I
Round 2 Remy puts in the raise. Ace queen. Mark Liffman ace 7 going to defend. No, decides last hand not getting involved. Rudy's coming with the 10s, they re-raises. Rudy has repopped it to 100K. Ganesh.
Did you have to do that? This is my move.
I know.
That was my move.
I done it.
Total on another down.
Oh, he's still there in the hand, man.
He raised 24, he raised to 500.
I'm coming. I'll find you there.
Remy comes along.
Yeah, this 2 hours, I think I played 3 rounds. Wet. 150,000.
So top set here for Rudy. Remy wants to float one. Oh, and a bad card for him. He picks up the queen. Rudy's got the check mark already. So option on Remy.
This is
117.
Ace queen. No, it's not winning.
Winning.
Fuck!
Come on!
Good
Good defense!
Give me 5,000.